unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy.
Good afternoon. The really breaking news story that we are tracking at this hour, an incredibly close call at Delhi airport. A mistake by air traffic control could have caused a collision of two Vistara aircraft at one of the runways of Delhi airport. A Vistara flight landed and was instructed to cross another runway in order to get to its parking bay. On this other runway, another Vistara aircraft was on its takeoff run. The aviation regulator, the Director General of Civil Aviation, has told NDTV that the tower controller, in other words, the air traffic controller, momentarily forgot that there was an aircraft which was crossing the runway. The aviation regulator has said that the pilot in the aircraft which was crossing alerted air traffic control, essentially saying or alerting him or her in air traffic control that there was another aircraft which was on the runway and that perhaps a collision was imperative. The aviation regulator has indicated that the aircraft was on its takeoff run and was ordered to abort its takeoff. So I'll just explain this in simple language. At this stage, there was one aircraft, a Vistara A320, similar to what you're seeing on your screen, which had just landed on a flight from Ahmedabad to Delhi. After landing, it was given an instruction to cross another parallel runway in order to get to its parking bay. This was a mistake because on that parallel runway, there was a second Indigo aircraft on a flight from Delhi to Bagdogra, I believe, which was on its takeoff run. The pilot, a woman pilot, 45 years old, I've got a couple of details. Captain Sonu Gill, who was on the aircraft which was crossing that runway, spotted the Vistara A320 which was taking off, alerted air traffic control, and air traffic control instantly alerted the aircraft on its takeoff run to abort its takeoff. There were more than 300 passengers in total in the two aircraft and 14 crew members total. More than 314 passengers and crew members on board these two Vistara aircraft. The Director General of Civil Aviation will be looking at it very, very closely. The big question, how close were these two aircraft when this near-miss situation actually took place? According to our sources and the Director General of Civil Aviation, they were about 1,800 meters apart. But considering how fast aircraft are on their takeoff run, that's a matter of a few seconds before the two aircraft came very close. There are other sources which indicate that the distance between the two aircraft was a little bit closer, or was a little bit further. The key point is that had that alert Vistara pilot, Captain Sonu Gill, a 45-year-old commander of the aircraft which was crossing the runway, had she not alerted air traffic control and had air traffic control not instantly alerted the Vistara aircraft which was on its takeoff run, there could have been a disaster at Delhi airport. More than 300 passengers in total were on these two aircraft along with 14 crew members. Well, some more breaking news coming in. Board examinations will now be conducted 2 times a year. Students will be allowed to retain the best score. A choice of subjects in classes 11 and 12 will not be restricted to streams. My colleague Saurabh joins us for more details on this. Saurabh, what are the details?
So Vishnu, today Union Education Ministry has launched the new curriculum framework for school education, and it is in sync with the National Education Policy, NEP. So there are 2 major announcements in this. Number one is, as you said, that board examinations to be conducted twice a year, and students will be allowed to retain the best score. And apart from that, choice of subjects in classes 11, 12 will not be restricted to streams. Students to get flexibility to choose their subjects. So till now, if you are studying chemistry, then you are not able to study history. But now students can read history along with chemistry. And students can read English along with political science, and students can read physics with political science. So that flexibility is going to be there. Apart from that, class 11, 12 students need to study 2 languages, at least one language must be Indian. So these are the important major announcements by new national curriculum framework, and it is being prepared as per NEP and textbooks to be developed for 2024 academic session. So, Education Ministry will soon announce the notification regarding these changes as well. Vishnu.
I'm just going to return to that big breaking news story that we've been tracking before we move on to the big focus of the day, which of course is the Chandrayaan mission. But the big story that we are tracking at this stage, a close call at Delhi airport. Captain Sonu Gill, the pilot, the 45-year-old pilot of Vistara Airbus A320, spotted another Vistara aircraft on the takeoff run. When she was actually crossing the runway, an active runway with her aircraft, she alerted air traffic control. Air traffic control told the other aircraft to stop. I'm just going to explain this in some detail, but the bottom line is that more than 300 passengers in the two aircraft and 14 crew, so 300 passengers and crew on two Vistara aircraft, had a relatively close call. The Ahmedabad to Delhi flight had landed. This was the flight which was being commanded by Captain Sonu Gill. She was given an instruction by the air traffic control to cross a parallel runway in order to get to her parking bay. But on that parallel runway, air traffic control had ordered a flight between Delhi and Bagdogra, another Vistara A320 aircraft, to commence its takeoff run. Captain Sonu Gill, in the flight that had just landed, spotted the other aircraft on its takeoff run, alerted air traffic control, and immediately after that, air traffic control alerted that Bagdogra, the flight which is flying to Bagdogra, to stop its takeoff run. 314 passengers and crew on board. Some sources indicating that the two aircraft were 1,800 meters apart when the alert was raised. Other sources indicating that it was a little bit more than that. But this is all a matter of seconds, particularly in the context of an aircraft in the takeoff run. Fortunately, the alert pilot saw that there was a problem. She alerted air traffic control. Air traffic control told the other aircraft stopped. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation sources have indicated to us that there was a momentary lapse by air traffic control which allowed Captain Gill's aircraft to cross that runway when another aircraft was on its takeoff run. Well, let's quickly move on now to the big story, and it's all coming together today. A huge day for space enthusiasts, the Indian scientific community, the engineering community as well. The Chandrayaan 3 mission today is make or break day. That's because the Vikram lander is attempting to make a soft touchdown on the surface of the moon. The live feed from mission control of ISRO will begin at 5:20. At about 6:04 p.m. we expect the Chandrayaan mission to touch down, the Vikram lander to touch down on the surface of the moon. A successful soft landing will make India the first country to reach the uncharted south pole of the moon. The moon's south pole region is of great interest because there could be a possibility of water in permanently shadowed areas around it. The lander and rover of Chandrayaan 3, the rover is called Pragyan, will have a mission life of 1 lunar day, which is 14 Earth days, to study the surroundings on the moon's south pole. Let's go straight across to my colleague Himanshu, who's got guests with him to discuss the significance of what's happening.
Well, Vishnu, as you said, it's truly a historic day in the history of Indian science, a very big moment. And the descent process is expected to start, as you said, around 5:20. And that is the time when ISRO will start the live streaming process of the moon landing process of Chandrayaan 3. I have with me Mr. Chandrayaan, who is the chief scientist of CSIR, to explain to us what exactly is the significance. But before that, you can see a big screen behind me, Vishnu, and these are the live streaming visuals from the ISRO Command Center. Very elaborate arrangement has been made in the CSIR headquarters, where around 500 people have been invited to witness this historic moment. Minister for Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh, is also expected here around 5 p.m. And behind me, you can see there are big screens, one showing images from ISRO Bengaluru headquarters, the other is from the CSIR headquarters. There is also a replica here of the Chandrayaan 3. I have with me Chandrayaan, Chief Scientist, CSIR. Broadly, what is the significance of this big moment for Indian science?
Good, good. Today is, as you rightly said, it is a memorable and historic day in the Indian science, especially Indian space science, where India will be proudly joining the four-member group of, elite group of landing or touching the moon soil. And this Chandrayaan 3 is expected to touch its feet in moon surface around 6.3 or 6.4. And all the scientists, we are all very nervous and we are all praying for the successful touching of this one. And ISRO has taken enormous efforts for the soft landing.
There is an experience behind us, Chandrayaan 2 mission, and that lesson has been learned. That's what the ISRO has said.
Exactly.
But I'm going to ask you the last 20 minutes of terror, as it is being called, when actually the descent starts from 30 kilometers. What would be the speed of Chandrayaan aircraft, and when it lands, why do you think it will take around more than 3.5 hours for the rover to actually come out of the Chandrayaan?
Yes, it's a good question. That imagine we have the moon's gravitational force acting on it. Earlier there was a mistake, and this time we have taken our ISRO has taken every corrective measure. At various stages they are decreasing the altitude, and each time they are properly manipulating the speed at which it should go towards the surface, and also after touching the surface, there will be a huge dust is expected to come out of it, because a huge body is going to land there. Even though everything is under control, we expect a huge dust. Just to settle down, they take some time so that the small boy will come out of it for taking.
Small boy is the rover, Pragyan rover.
He will take the selfie of his mother, Vikram lander, and mother will take a selfie of the son. This is the thing, and we are all going to enjoy the proud moment with the Honorable Minister here.
You're anxious as to what happens in the last 20 minutes. Why it is called the last 20 minutes of terror?
Everything, it's very perfectly planned. Even though everything is planned, we also pray that it should go as per the expectation, so that we will successfully land in the moon surface. That is the thing. Because if you miss even a second, anything may happen. That's why we are all, the ISRO is precisely controlling each second movement of the Chandrayaan.
Right, that's the most important thing. And Vishnu, every second now matters. Every planning, all the long planning. Remember, 4 years back, Chandrayaan 2 mission was launched. We do know we have an experience to fall back on. We do also know that the communication network and the setup in Chandrayaan 2 has been used to actually give a better direction to Chandrayaan 3 as well. So India has a backup plan also. We will know more later, but at the moment everyone is very anxious, as the chief scientist of CSIR has said, and it's of course a very, very historic moment. And the moon landing descent process starts at 5:20, and we start also showing and broadcasting live visuals.
Right, Himanshu, we're going to be tracking that very, very closely and come back to you later on. But for the moment, let's just talk about what's going to happen next, because it's been called 20 minutes of terror. How exactly does the Vikram lander descend onto the surface of the moon? Remember, there is horizontal velocity, there is vertical velocity, and as it all comes just meters away from the surface, the lander has to be at a particular speed in order to ensure that it makes a safe touchdown. And in doing that, it is equipped to ensure that it doesn't detect any boulders or craters or anything in its way. It's got artificial intelligence to ensure that it lands at a safe spot. So the 20 minutes of terror, what is that all about? Let's take a look.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
India's celestial 20 minutes of terror. India will go through a nail-biting 20 minutes of terror or a T20 finish.
Liftoff normal, P1 tracking.
After a majestic liftoff, ISRO's Bahubali rocket put Chandrayaan 3 in the Earth's orbit.
200 stages are separated.
Chandrayaan 3 took many rounds of the Earth gaining velocity. On August 1st, 2023, Chandrayaan was nudged towards the moon on its 3.84 lakh kilometer lonely journey. On August 5th, 2023, the Chandrayaan satellite gently entered into the moon's orbit and settled in its embrace. In a crucial maneuver, the propulsion module and the Vikram lander with the Pragyan rover separated on August 17, 2023, when the satellite was in a 153 kilometer by 163 kilometer orbit. Soon, the Vikram lander is brought closer to the moon's surface in an elliptical orbit before the powered descent can begin. On the day of the landing, the 20 minutes of terror or the T20 kick in for a nail-biting finish. In the powered descent, the Vikram starts hurtling down towards the moon's surface at a velocity of 1.68 kilometers per second, which is nearly 6,048 kilometers per hour, almost 10 times the velocity of an airplane. Vikram is now slowing down with all 4 engines firing, but the lander is still almost horizontal to the surface of the moon. It then touches down on the lunar surface with just 2 engines firing, and the legs have been designed to take a maximum impact of 3 meters per second or about 10.8 kilometers per hour. Once the sensors on the legs feel the surface, the engines are shut down and the 20 minutes of terror are over. India's flag reaches the moon surface. Subsequently, the ramp opens up, the Pragyan rover is rolled down. Once the Pragyan rover reaches the lunar surface, the rover is then free to move around the moon. The big moment arrives when the Vikram lander takes images of the rover and the Pragyan rover takes images of the lander. The first selfies by India from the lunar surface are then beamed back to India. Now, the real science can begin. The Vikram lander and the rover are both solar powered and are made to last 1 lunar day, which translates to 14 Earth days. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, 3 very special guests. Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, one of the finest NASA scientists. He's been very closely associated with Mars missions. Dr. V.S. Hegde, former scientific secretary to the Indian Space Research Organization. I'm also joined by Pavitra Goyal, general manager of Lohia Aerospace Systems. Thank you all very much for being with us. Dr. Ghosh, why is it difficult and how is it difficult for a spacecraft like Vikram to reduce its horizontal velocity and vertical velocity within a finite period of time and at a particular altitude to the surface of the moon?
It's not just difficult. You have to think it has to be done at the right time. So if you slow down quickly and you sense that the ground is here, and then the spacecraft is going to again accelerate. If you slow down too fast, so it has to be at the right time, and the orientation has to be right. See, you fly an aircraft, so you know that it's much harder than maneuvering a car. See, this is 3 dimension. Everything might be right, and your orientation might be wrong. So here you have to kind of land in one direction. So there are many variables, and the time is very short. And remember, this is all automated. So it's the built-in feedback loop. Whatever input parameter it's getting, it will try to modify itself. And so you have no unlike a pilot, you have no way to intervene if something was not on. So that's why it's difficult.
How is it all automated now, essentially? I think at this stage, had there been a mission abort, we would have known about it. It's 3:19 in exactly 2 hours from now. I think it's all going to start. So I believe preloaded instructions to Vikram have already been fed into the system yesterday. So it's essentially an automated process, assuming the mission does go ahead at about 5:20 onwards, the mission to land. Is that right?
Right. So it is,
Half a sec,
I
Dr.
think
Ghosh. Dr. Hegde, would you like to take that?
No, I think I am as well or as bad updated as all of us. I think the whole process has been explained very well, and the 7 or 8 steps with 4 major steps of the landing process have been well explained. I think I must also give my compliments to NDTV and other channels who have kept every single viewer from across the world so well informed this time.
Would you like to, Pavitra Goel, share a few more details, please, of the process that actually happens now? Mr. Goel?
Yeah, hi, Vishnu. So as far as the process, I think the last minute checks are done or are being done as we speak from the tracking stations. And like you said, most of it is now automated. The decision to do it today or not do it today has already been taken. So now, if everything goes by the book, we should have the lander sitting on the surface of the moon in the next 2 hours and some minutes.
Interesting is that this process involves, of the several steps, there's a step for fine braking, there is a step for harsh braking or rough braking, as I understand it. There is a step, Dr. Ghosh, when at a certain stage the Vikram lander is made upright. It's not horizontal, it becomes vertical. It almost slows down to a halt at one particular stage at about 150 meters altitude. Could you just run us through these maneuvers as they're expected to take place?
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact stages here, but I can tell you what happens at NASA. If it's a smaller rover, then we have aerobrakings, parachutes. Then finally, we land on airbags. And of course, retro rockets. Retro rockets means, so as your visual showed, you have the rockets firing in the opposite direction to decelerate it. If we have a larger rover, we have something called a sky crane, which parks itself above the landing site and then gently, so for larger rovers means like a 1-ton rover, which is Curiosity and Perseverance. That's gently lowered onto the surface. So because a larger rover would not take the impact at all. So here I do see retro rockets, and so there will be multiple stages, of course. So the thing is also each stage, that's the other fine print, that each stage has to kick in at the right time and last for the right duration.
All right, well, that is absolutely incredible stuff. Let me just go back quickly to Pavitra Goel. The fact of the matter is that there have been four prior attempts at landing on the moon, which have been unsuccessful. The Russians were the latest one. Our own Chandrayaan 2 didn't work out. So it is extremely difficult. And even if you've been in this game for several decades, as for example the Russians, there is no guarantee that this would work. So in as much as we say, Pavitra, that we're going to do it 100%, let's be honest, it's what, 60 to 70% likelihood, right?
So not getting into specifics of percentage of success, but yes, absolutely, it is the toughest and hardest part of the space mission is now what we experience in the next 2 hours and some more. And I think there are always takeaways from a mission, whether successful or not. And I'm sure we've learned a lot from the last unsuccessful soft landing mission, which otherwise was a success in terms of a lot of the communication that Chandrayaan 3 will ultimately have from Earth will be through Chandrayaan 2's orbiter, which is still orbiting Moon. So I'm sure there are some takeaways and some learnings that we'll take away from this mission. And in our eyes, as production partners to ISRO, I think it's a success that we are where we are today. It's like you said, it's not an easy space. It's not an easy frontier. The space, there is a reason why a lot of countries with all the resources and all the legacy that they have put in, such as they were not successful. And there is no guarantee that we would be that we'll be successful or not.
All right. Well, let's see what finally takes place. We're going to take a short break at this stage, and we're going to continue tracking this incredible mission. And remember, for the benefit of our viewers, 5:20 Mission Control, ISRO, We're going to be tuning in live, finding out what exactly is happening. Our friends in ISRO have told us that, it's all been done. All the data has been fed into the Vikram lander. That's images from, look, they're smiling, they're happy. So, they think that it's all going to work out. And why shouldn't it work out? They've been working for years on this. The health of the mission has been good so far. 5:20 p.m. is when it's all going to happen. We'll be cutting across to Mission Center. We'll be getting live updates from there. A little after 6 p.m., about 6:04 p.m. is when the Vikram lander touches down on the surface of the moon.
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's mega conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Welcome back. We're talking about Chandrayaan 3 soft landing. Now, the lander module of Chandrayaan 3, ISRO's third moon mission, is set to attempt its lunar surface landing this evening. Now, a successful soft landing will make India the first country to reach the uncharted south pole of the moon. The moon's south pole region is of interest because there could be a possibility of water and permanently shadowed areas around it. Now, the lander and rover of Chandrayaan 3 will have a mission life of about 1 lunar day, which is of about 14 Earth days. Now, this is done to study surroundings of the moon's south pole. ISRO officials, however, haven't ruled out the possibility of the lander module coming to life for another lunar day as well. Now, according to experts, the final 15 to 20 minutes will determine the success of the mission when Chandrayaan 3's Vikram lander and rover Pragyan will make its soft landing. Listen in to what leaders had to say on this particular.
देखिए, जैसे 140 करोड़ भारतीय अपनी शुभकामनाएं चंद्रयान 3 के लिए दे रहे हैं, उनमें एक मैं भी हूं। जैसा मेरे मीडिया के मित्र दे रहे हैं, कोई सोशल मीडिया पर अपना कमेंट दे रहा है, कोई अपनी शुभकामनाएं दे रहा है, मैं इतना ही कहूँगा मित्रों, स्पेस सेक्टर में भारत ने एक लंबी छलांग लगाई है और हम सब लोग उस पल का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं जब चंद्रयान 3 सफल हो। ये भारत को दुनिया के गिने चुने 3-4 देशों में खड़ा कर देगा जिन्होंने स्पेस के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान।
आज इतिहास रचा जाएगा जब भारत का तिरंगा झंडा प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में चांद पर गाड़ने का कार्य इसरो के द्वारा, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा, हमारे विशेषज्ञों के द्वारा सफलपूर्वक एक नया इतिहास भारत में रचने के लिए पूरा भारत उत्सुकता से इंतजार कर रहा है।
शाम को हम लोग बुलाने बच्चों को सीएम हाउस के अंदर, उनके साथ में हम लोग देखेंगे जब चंद्रयान पे सफल काम। बहुत शुभकामनाएं हमारे साइंटिस्टों को और तमाम जो लोग जुड़े हुए इस अभियान से। ये बहुत ही शानदार अभियान है, ऐतिहासिक अभियान है। ये कामयाब होना बहुत आवश्यक है। शाम को जो 6 बजे के आसपास वक्त है, इंतजार रहेगा सबको।
देश के लिए तो बड़ी उपलब्धि है, वैज्ञानिकों की मेहनत है और जो आधारशिला नेहरू जी ने रखा है, आज अपने पूरे विश्व में डंका बजा रहा है। तो सभी वैज्ञानिकों को बधाई के लिए अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं।
सारा देश गर्व से भरा हुआ है, मन आनंद और प्रसन्नता से सरोबार है। मैं अपने वैज्ञानिकों को हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जिनके बुद्धिमत्ता और परिश्रम के कारण ये क्षण आए।
This time it's a very anxious moment. Everybody is working, looking it very anxiously for this event to happen, and I am sure that this time it will be a grand success.
And this mission will gather invaluable data to help drive our understanding of the moon, our ability to utilize resources, and ultimately where we're going to establish settlements on the moon. So this is a vital part of that process. And by the way, whether the mission succeeds or landing or not, the mission itself, in my opinion, is an overall success.
Ma'am, could you just help us explain what is this and how it is showing the live stats of the Chandrayaan 3?
Basically, this is live stats which is coming online webcast. Through webcast we are getting it, so it will showing the touchdown time. Now the 3 hours 26 minutes 46 seconds are left to start the soft landing process, and these images which you can see on the screen are the image by the Vikram lander.
Okay. And this is the mission clock, if I'm not wrong. This is the mission clock that how many days since the mission has started, and this is the landing burn. So I can see there's a time difference between the landing burn and the touchdown. So what is landing burn and what is touchdown?
The time the process will start and the touchdown is when the lander will will be on a certain distance before touching the ground.
Okay. And you were mentioning that ISRO has said that at around 5:44 p.m. the process of landing will start. So how long is it going to take, especially about the last 15 minutes that is going to be, that I said it's going to be very crucial. What about that?
So like as they said, mission is all right, mission is stable, everything is okay, and ISRO will start the automatic process because after 5:44 everything will be decision taken by the Vikram only. ISRO do not do any kind of a interruption in this entire mission. Okay. So after 5:44 probably they start the next 15-16 minutes will be very crucial for landing.
Okay, and if we talk about, you said there's a lot of difference between Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3. What extra, technological advancement is there in Chandrayaan 3, extra sensors you were saying about? Could you just help us explain that?
Definitely, Chandrayaan 3 is an upgraded version of Chandrayaan 2. We have extra fuel capacity, we have extra sensors in Chandrayaan 3. Also, it is very flexible. The kind of a decision this time Vikram lander could take, like the last minute changes, or they have to change the landing time. Like also ISRO have said, if not today, then probably we'll try again on 27th of the August. So these kind of a flexibility to taking decision capabilities this time Vikram do have. And this makes the entire mission very unique in itself.
The world is closely watching the progress of Chandrayaan 3. Well-known Indian-born American computer scientist and director of USA's mega science funding agency, Professor Sethuraman Panchanathan, director of the National Science Foundation. USA wishes good luck to the Vikram lander, which carries a tiny American experiment as well. Dr. Panchanathan controls a budget of over $10 billion for fostering S&T. He spoke exclusively to NDTV's Pallav Bagla. Listen in.
This is an exciting moment for India. It's an exciting moment for the globe. Whenever science, technology, and innovation makes possible amazing things, which is beyond the imagination sometimes, that's what makes it so special. Science, technology, and innovation makes possible amazing discoveries and inventions that makes possible societal and economic prosperity. But in this case, it makes possible exploration of the universe. And so very excited for the moment and wishing the very best and all the good luck for this mission.
Now, Vikram lander, when it lands, it is landing nearer the south pole of the moon. And one of India's satellites found the presence of...
Prime Minister Modi is addressing. Let's listen in.
Excellency Rashtrapati Putin, Excellency Rashtrapati Xi, ladies and gentlemen, 15वें ब्रिक्स समिट के भव्य आयोजन और हमारे आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं प्रिय मित्र राष्ट्रपति रामाफोसा को एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। जोहानिसबर्ग जैसे खूबसूरत शहर में एक बार फिर आना मेरे और मेरे डेलीगेशन के लिए अत्यंत खुशी का विषय है। इस शहर का भारत के लोगों और भारत के इतिहास से पुराना गहरा संबंध है। यहां से कुछ दूर ही टॉल्स्टॉय फार्म है, जिसका निर्माण महात्मा गांधी ने 110 वर्ष पहले किया था। भारत, यूरेशिया और अफ्रीका के महान विचारों को जोड़कर महात्मा गांधी ने हमारी एकता और आपसी सौहार्द की मजबूत नींव रखी थी। एक्सेलेंसीज, पिछले लगभग 2 दशकों में ब्रिक्स ने एक बहुत ही लंबी और शानदार यात्रा तय की है। इस यात्रा में हमने अनेक उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। हमारा न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के विकास में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। कंटीजेंसी रिजर्व अरेंजमेंट्स के माध्यम से हमने फाइनेंशियल सेफ्टी नेट का निर्माण किया है। ब्रिक्स सैटेलाइट, कॉन्स्टलेशन, वैक्सीन R&D सेंटर, फार्मा उत्पादों को पारंपरिक मान्यता जैसी पहलों से हम ब्रिक्स देशों के आम नागरिकों के जीवन में सकारात्मक बदलाव ला रहे हैं। यूथ समिट, ब्रिक्स गेम्स, थिंक टैंक काउंसिल जैसे इनिशिएटिव से हम सभी देशों के बीच पीपल टू पीपल टाइज मजबूत कर रहे हैं। ब्रिक्स एजेंडा को नई दिशा देने के लिए भारत ने रेलवे रिसर्च नेटवर्क, MSMEs के बीच करीबी सहयोग, ऑनलाइन ब्रिक्स डेटाबेस, स्टार्टअप फोरम जैसे कुछ सुझाव रखे थे। मुझे खुशी है कि इन विषयों पर उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई है। एक्सेलेंसीज, हमारे करीबी सहयोग को और व्यापक बनाने के लिए मैं कुछ सुझाव आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा। पहला है स्पेस के क्षेत्र में सहयोग। हम ब्रिक्स सैटेलाइट कॉन्स्टेलेशन पर पहले से काम कर रहे हैं। एक कदम आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम ब्रिक्स स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन कंसोर्टियम बनाने पर विचार कर सकते हैं। इसके अंतर्गत हम स्पेस रिसर्च, वेदर मॉनिटरिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में ग्लोबल गुड के लिए काम कर सकते हैं। मेरा दूसरा सुझाव है शिक्षा, स्किल डेवलपमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी में सहयोग। ब्रिक्स को एक फ्यूचर रेडी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाने के लिए हमें अपनी सोसाइटीज को फ्यूचर रेडी बनाना होगा। इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की अहम भूमिका रहेगी। भारत में हमने दूर सुदूर तथा ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के बच्चों और उनके तक शिक्षा पहुंचाने के लिए दीक्षा यानी डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर नॉलेज शेयरिंग प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है। साथ ही स्कूल के विद्यार्थियों के बीच इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमने देश भर में 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स बनाए हैं। भाषा संबंधी बाधाओं को हटाने के लिए भारत में AI बेस्ड लैंग्वेज प्लेटफॉर्म भाषिणी का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। वैक्सीनेशन के लिए कोविन प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया गया है। डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी इंडिया स्टैक के माध्यम से पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी को रिवॉल्यूशनराइज किया जा रहा है। विविधता भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। भारत में किसी समस्या का हल इस विविधता की कसौटी से निकलकर आता है। इसलिए ये सॉल्यूशंस विश्व के किसी भी कोने में आसानी से लागू हो सकते हैं। इस संदर्भ में भारत में विकसित इन सभी प्लेटफॉर्म्स को ब्रिक्स पार्टनर्स के साथ साझा करने में हमें खुशी होगी। मेरा दूसरा सुझाव है कि एक दूसरे की ताकतों की पहचान करने के लिए हम मिलकर स्किल मैपिंग पर कर सकते हैं। इसके माध्यम से हम विकास यात्रा में एक दूसरे के पूरक बन सकते हैं। मेरा चौथा सुझाव है बिग कैट्स के संबंध में। ब्रिक्स के 5 देशों में बड़ी संख्या में विभिन्न प्रजातियों के बिग कैट्स पाए जाते हैं। इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस के अंतर्गत हम इनके संरक्षण के लिए साझा प्रयास कर सकते हैं। मेरा 5वां सुझाव है ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन को लेकर। हम सभी देशों में ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन का इकोसिस्टम है। क्या हम मिलकर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन की रिपोजिटरी बना सकते हैं? एक्सेलेंसी, दक्षिण अफ्रीका की अध्यक्षता में ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों को ब्रिक्स में एक महत्व विशेष दिया गया है। हम इसका हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं। यह वर्तमान समय की मात्र अपेक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि जरूरत भी है। भारत ने अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता में इस विषय को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, इस मूल मंत्र पर हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इस वर्ष जनवरी में आयोजित वॉइस ऑफ ग्लोबल साउथ समिट में 125 देशों ने भाग लिया और अपनी चिंताओं और प्राथमिकताओं को साझा किया। हमने अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता देने का प्रस्ताव भी रखा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि सभी ब्रिक्स पार्टनर्स G20 में भी साथ है और सभी हमारे प्रस्ताव का समर्थन करेंगे। इन सभी प्रयासों को ब्रिक्स में भी विशेष स्थान दिए जाने से ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों को उनका आत्मबल और बढ़ेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता में विस्तार का पूरा समर्थन करता है और इसमें कॉन्सेंसस के साथ आगे बढ़ने का स्वागत करता है। 2016 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान हमने ब्रिक्स को बिल्डिंग रिस्पॉन्सिव, इंक्लूसिव एंड कलेक्टिव सॉल्यूशन से परिभाषित किया था। 7 साल बाद हम कह सकते हैं कि ब्रिक्स विल बी ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स, revitalizing economies, inspiring innovation, creating opportunities and shaping the future. हम सभी ब्रिक्स पार्टनर के साथ मिलकर इस नई परिभाषा को सार्थक करने में सक्रिय योगदान देते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं साम्या टंडन। एनडीटीवी छत्तीसगढ़ मध्य प्रदेश के लिए एक अलग चैनल लेकर आ रहा है जो आप लोगों को देगा राज्य से जुड़ी हुई छोटी बड़ी सब खबरें। इस पहल के लिए एनडीटीवी मध्य प्रदेश छत्तीसगढ़ को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
how has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's Mega Conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news
Welcome back. We're of course talking about Chandrayaan 3 soft landing. All eyes are on the Chandrayaan 3 mission, which of course took 4 years to complete. Earlier, of course, emotions were high at the time of Chandrayaan 2. Now again, emotions are high, but people are in fact ecstatic, waiting for the success of this mission. The last 20 minutes will prove to be the most crucial part when, of course, it is decided whether this particular mission is a success or not. I'm being joined by Dr. Venkateshwara Sharma, who's the former Deputy Director of ISRO. Thank you for joining us, sir. We're of course talking about Chandrayaan 3. If you could take us through the challenges that you faced, in fact, at the time of Chandrayaan 2, and also how ISRO officials felt throughout the journey of rectifying the mistakes that were made during the time of Chandrayaan 2, and then now we're here on D-Day when Chandrayaan 3 is about to go for its soft landing. Dr. Venkateshwar, please unmute yourself, sir.
Chandrayaan 2, if you recall, it was launched during 2019, and it was a mission which was almost successful for us. If you see in Chandrayaan 2, we had orbiter, we had lander, we had rover, and orbiter is still, even till today it's working with 8 payloads, and what we could not achieve was that we could not land soft land on the moon, and during the 20-minute journey from 25-kilometer orbit, covering a distance of about 746 kilometers, and landing on the moon, last 3 minutes were critical, and we could not control the lander and it crashed on the moon. This is known.
Right.
We had a detailed study of what went wrong, what strengthening had to be done for Chandrayaan 2 mission so that Chandrayaan 3 will be successful. Therefore, what we have improved in this is that we have improved the thrust engines from 440 newtons to 720 newtons, and this is throttleable, where you can control the thrust, where it was earlier, it was 440 nutons, fixed thrust. There was a central engine which was thrustable that we have removed, and we have dispensed with that, and we have another, 4 engines plus few thrusters on the body of lander, which is an improvement from Chandrayaan 2. We also have introduced several instrumentations required for safe landing on the moon, what we call it as soft landing. Some of them are Ka band altimeter, laser altimeter, and laser Doppler velocity meter. Those things are all the three new things where even in the dust condition, even in the worst of the worst conditions, they work normally. This is the cross connection, correction. However, every system has been ruggedized and every system has been improved and their performance has been improved, and we have ensured that there is sufficient reliability in every one of these systems. To summarize, there is an improvement in the hardware, there is improvement in the software, there is improvement in the firmware. On top of all that, there is also improvement in terms of the algorithms, what is required to control the entire mission, right from liftoff till the landing.
Right. Right, Dr. Sharma, now this in fact is a time when India, the entire of India is very excited that we're going to finally land on the moon, right? But help us understand the scientific importance behind exploring the south polar region of the moon. Now that's something that help, in fact, from a scientific point of view, help the layman understand why it's so important.
I want to split this question into two halves. One is, you mentioned two words. I will take on those two words. One is the scientific achievements of this mission, namely lander landing softly on the South Pole, and layman. I wouldn't say layman, it is the countryman, our 140 crore countrymen. What is that they gain, or what is that they achieve by doing this type of scientific mission? As far as scientific mission is concerned, from the lander and the rover point of view,
right,
you must understand that traveling a distance of 5 kilometers to the moon, then going around the moon, capturing the moon, going around the moon, and coming down to 25 kilometer, 150 kilometer orbit, then landing on the moon itself is a very big scientific.
Absolutely.
Not many countries have done it. Only 3 countries, and we are the 4th country. Okay, and then opening out the door for rover to roll out. Roller comes out, and coming out and maneuvering on the moon is the second biggest scientific. Third achievement is also that we have scientific instruments which are there in lander as well as rover.
Right,
which
Dr.
are also
Sharma.
continuously working.
Thank you for joining us and taking us through your perspective on that. Unfortunately, we're short of time, so we're going to have to end this bulletin. We'll continue tracking the story for you. Now we're taking a short break.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate. In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's Mega Conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. Good evening, I'm Sneha Koshi and welcome to round-the-clock coverage of NDTV for Chandrayaan 3, a big historic moment for India. The lander module of Chandrayaan 3, ISRO's third moon mission, is set to attempt landing on the lunar mission this evening. In fact, just about, say, 2 hours from now, around 6:04 is when we are expecting the landing. A successful soft landing will make India the first country to reach the uncharted south pole of the moon. The moon's south pole region is of interest because there could be a possibility of water in permanently shadowed areas around it. The lander and rover of Chandrayaan 3 will have a mission life of 1 lunar day, that's about 14 Earth days, to study the surroundings on the moon's south pole. ISRO officials, however, haven't ruled out the possibility of the landing module coming to life for another lunar day. According to experts, the final 15 to 20 minutes that all of us have been talking about for the last few days will determine the success of the mission when Chandrayaan 3's Vikram lander with rover Pragyan will make its soft landing. And I'm being joined by Dr. Surendra Pal right now. He's a distinguished scientist and former program director, satellite navigation program at the ISRO Satellite Center, Bengaluru. Thank you very much, Dr. Surendra Pal, for joining us. Dr. Surendra Pal, just the first rule of the game at this point would be to keep it absolutely simple so everybody can just understand how historic this really moment is. Now, the first question, for the next 2.5 hours, what are the crucial things that really ISRO or India would be looking at?
Okay, I mean, you see, first of all, I understand that automatic sequence have been launched. It means all the commands have been uploaded. So when it comes to 7.54 kilometers height, 25 kilometers height it comes, it will be brought down to 7.4 kilometers. It will be all automatic. See, all the softwares, the hardwares have been tested so many times, and there are thrusters which can be regulated. There are high, thrust levels are high. 4 thrusters which you see in the photograph, they are of 800 newtons. Some are approximately 740 newtons will be used. And to break, see, first stage is when it comes to 25 kilometers height, it will be brought down to around 7.4 kilometers height. And the tangential velocity or the horizontal velocity, which we call it, is approximately 6,000 kilometers per hour. That is 10 times the speed of an aircraft. And that will be brought down in 3.2 or 3.5 kilometers to 7.8 kilometers height in that distance which travels. And total distance, from first stage to another stage is almost 750 kilometers. That is when they start operations and when it will land, It's 750 kilometers. So that will be traversed in around 20 minutes. Now, after that, it comes to a hold, which was not there. Attitude hold was not earlier not there. In
Right.
attitude hold, the horizontal thing which is there like this will be will give a tilt of at 12 degree, and till now there was only horizontal velocity. There was no vertical velocity. Here, vertical velocity will be given. Horizontal velocity will be of the order of something like that, 336 meters per second, and vertical velocity will be around 15.9 meters per second. From there, it will come to, it will be another a hold will be there for 10 seconds, 175 seconds. Then it will come down to fine braking, and for 10 seconds, all the sensors will be calibrated. So in fine braking, it will try to bring the horizontal velocity, it will try to kill and make it only vertical velocity. Let me tell you here, in school, we all of us have read that there is a kinetic energy, half mv square. The mass is very high.
Right.
The velocity is also high. So we have to somehow kill that, kinetic energy by retrograde rockets firing. We are firing the rockets in the opposite direction of the motion of the spacecraft or the channel. When it comes to say around 1 kilometer height, there's in between fine braking, which was not there earlier. During the fine braking, total system will be there, and around 800 meters it will be completely made vertical. The horizontal velocity will be reduced to zero.
Right.
When it comes to 150 meters, the again vertical velocity will be further reduced.
Dr.
And
Surendra
then
Pal,
it
let
will
me
hover.
just interrupt you at this point and also try get Mr. Ajay Lele, who joins us at this point. Mr. Ajay Lele, just to contrast what really is happening and just how critical these operations are. Just about few days ago, Russia's mission Luna 25 crashed on the surface of the moon. And here India, at least ISRO, is saying it's very confident, it's learned from its earlier missions, and it's very confident of the landing, but very, very high anticipation here.
Definitely. If you see the recent history of moon landings, there have been many failures. It's not only Luna 25. In the year 2019, after India's Chandrayaan 2 had failed, there was an Israeli agency which was trying to put a rover and a lander system on surface of the moon. That went into a hard landing. Then in the month of April this year, a Japanese agency was trying to put the same rover and a lander, and again it went into a hard landing. In fact, they were trying to put two rovers. One was for the Japanese agency and other was for UAE. So it was an international mission that also had witnessed failures. So challenges ISRO understands are far too many, and the challenges are very complex. It's not a very simple solution to that. So that's the reason what ISRO has done is that they have strengthened their algorithm. Because as it has been mentioned, that the mission will be in a full autonomous mode. So there will not be any sort of a collaboration or coordination from the surface of the Earth. So mission will have to decide on its own what to take decisions, how to go ahead about it. So that's the reason multiple options are made.
Right, I think we seem to have some problem with that line. Dr. Surendra Pal, tell us the reason behind the location that has been chosen for the rover to land. How significant is that? The South Pole, the particular area in the South Pole of the moon where the rover is going to be landing, attempting a landing.
The one thing which everybody knows about it, the South Pole is unexplored. That's one thing. Second thing is there are a lot of big craters. And Chandrayaan 1 found out with our moon impact probe as well as the other payloads, moon mineral vapor and the synthetic aperture radar, that there is a water, there is a ice. So it is presumed that if we have got craters, millions of tons of ice is there, then that can be converted using the solar energy into hydrogen and oxygen. And if we put an outpost there, and with the international cooperation, then for going further into the deep into the universe, the rockets can use liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, and a small colony. Another thing is there is a lot of oxides are there. So by the same means, oxygen also can be generated. So it's because of that one, plus some rare earth elements are there, and a lot of other minerals are there. So for that purpose, it's a commercial purpose. Now go to the scientific purpose. If you go scientific purpose, what payloads have been put, they will tell us what is the chemical composition, how the heat propagates inside the crust of the moon, and also the moon has got a small atmosphere of charged particles. That also it will try to find out. Not only this, it will also study the seismic activities. There will be even a small meteorite, it hits it, the sensitive seismometer or accelerometer, and they will know what has happened. Similarly, moon quakes can be found out. So about the origin of the moon, origin of the universe, there are very many theories are there. It will be possible to find out what exactly happens.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Surendra Pal. In fact, all of this may sound so technical for many people, but there's also so much of excitement across the country, from students to even several others just going and being part of screenings that are being held in several parts of the country. I'm being joined by my colleague right now, Tanishq Punjabi, who is at the Nehru Planetarium. Tanishq, away from all the technical discussions and the big jargons, what's really happening at the Nehru Planetarium? Who all have come there? What's the age group? What are they really looking at? Tell us the background of these people who are there. Just break this down for us. Why the Aam Janta, the common people, are so interested in this?
Well, Sneha, as the sun sets, India will be on the moon. I'm at Nehru Planetarium, and lots of excitement here. Lots of people, lots of families, children with their parents have come here to see the special screenings that have been going on since the morning. Every 2 hours, there's a special screening held of the India's missions, of India's all the space missions and moon missions. I'm just joined by a father and a daughter here who are very excited and who have come with all their excitement here to support India's mission to the moon. आप अपना नाम बताइए?
मेरा नाम संदीप मिश्रा है.
Okay, तो आप क्या excited हैं इसके लिए? कैसा लग रहा है आपको कि इंडिया फाइनली मून पे जाने वाला है?
Everyone is excited to it because आज पहली बार कोई साउथ पोल पर एक पहला देश जाएगा जो साउथ पोल पर लैंड करेगा. बहुत ऐतिहासिक दिन है आज का दिन, और बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस होता है कि हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं. हिंदुस्तान में रहना, हमेशा हिंदुस्तानी आगे ही होते हैं. एक टाइम पर जब इंदिरा जी ने पूछा था कि ऊपर से चांद कैसा हिंदुस्तान कैसा दिखता है, चांद से हिंदुस्तान कैसा दिखता है, तो वहाँ से बोला था उन्होंने कि सारे जहाँ से अच्छा, यहाँ से बोला था हिंदुस्तान हमारा. तो हिंदुस्तान हमारा सबसे अच्छा ही है, सबसे प्यारा ही, और आज दक्षिण में पहुँच जाएगा. तो ये बहुत गर्व की बात है कि पहला देश होगा. और 6:04 की जो टाइमिंग रखी गई है, ये भी बहुत सोच समझ के मेरे साइंटिस्ट ने रखी है कि 6:04 सूरज की धूप आ जाएगी चांद के दक्षिण हिस्से पर, साउथ पोल पर सूरज की धूप आ जाएगी. तो मतलब यहाँ के 14 दिन, वहाँ का एक दिन होगा. सोलर पावर से प्रज्ञान काम कर रहा है, तो मतलब 14 दिन काम करेगा. ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. और जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं कि प्रज्ञान का प्रज्ञान से मिलन हो ही चुका है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. और ये डबल धमाका, डबल सेलिब्रेशन है कि प्रज्ञान चंद्रयान 2 भी मिल गया है. वो फेलियर नहीं था, वो सक्सीड था. अब ये 2 भांजे अपने मामा के यहाँ जा रहे हैं, ये बहुत खुशी की बात है.
तो एक बहुत बड़ी टीम लगी हुई है इसके ऊपर, जिन्होंने ये पूरा मिशन करने की कोशिश करी है. उनको क्या मैसेज रहेगा आपका? फिर हम आपसे
उनका परिश्रम, उनकी मेहनत बहुत रंग लाई है, और बिल्कुल रंग लाएगी. पिछली बार थोड़ी सी हमारे आंखों में आंसू आ गए थे कि कनेक्शन फेल हो गया, लेकिन इस बार वो नहीं होगा. इस बार हमारा सफल होगा, सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग होगी और बहुत अच्छा होगा. हमारा देश इस पहली बार पहला देश बनेगा जो साउथ पोल पे जाएगा.
आई वुड लाइक टू स्पीक टू हर फादर ऑल्सो. सर, आपका नाम?
मैं संदीप मिश्रा हूँ, और मैं यही लिख कर लाया हूँ कि इंडिया कर दिखाया, चांद सिमट बाहों में आया. जब चंद्रयान 2 की बारी थी तो मैंने एक शेर लिखा था कि चाहा सभी ने चांद, कितनों को ये मिला है, मिलकर मुझसे बिछड़ गया इस बात का गिला है. आज वो गिला सिकवा मिटाने का टाइम है, जब विक्रम की बाहों से निकलकर प्रज्ञान आएगा और चांद की ज़मीन को चूमेगा. और जब वो अपने नन्हे कदमों से भारत का तिरंगा बनाता हुआ चांद के दिल से आगे बढ़ेगा, तो पूरी दुनिया देखेगी भारत के एहतराम को, भारत के स्वागत करेगा, भारत का इकबाल करेगा, और चांद से दुनिया बोलेगी जय जय हिंदुस्तान, जय जय हिंदुस्तान महान. ये अपने आप में बड़े गौरव का क्षण है, और मैं NDTV के माध्यम से तमाम उन वैज्ञानिकों को नमन करता हूं, साधुवाद करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपना एक एक पल, एक एक क्षण, एक एक खुशी वार दी तिरंगे के शान और सम्मान के लिए। वो मेहनत के आज रंग लाएगी। और मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। माननीय मोदी जी का वो लम्हा मैं याद करता हूँ जब पिछली बार चंद्रयान 2 नाकामयाब रहा था और इसरो के तत्काल अध्यक्ष उनके कंधे पर सिर रखकर आंखों में आंसू लेकर आए थे। तब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, घबराइए नहीं, मैं हूं ना। 4 साल बाद उसी दम उसी ताकत से आज हम चांद की दहलीज पर दस्तक दे रहे हैं। मैं कहता हूं मोदी जी ने ये मुमकिन कर दिखाया है। उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की, भारत के वैज्ञानिकों पे भरोसा किया है। वाकई ये लम्हात हम सब के लिए गौरवान्वित क्षण है। परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा की पटकथा लिखने के लिए आज मंदिर में पूजा हो रही है, मस्जिद में अजान है, गुरबानी है, प्रेयर है, हर जुबान पर एक ही बात है, जय जय हिंदुस्तान।
So see a lot of excitement here in the people, and everybody is looking forward. So there is excitement also, and there is a little nervousness also that what is going to happen at 6:04 p.m. Everybody is hoping that our mission to moon Chandrayaan 3 is successful. Over to you, Sneha.
Thank you so much, Tanishq. It's great to hear such young people speak so confidently. Expectations and emotions extremely high. I'm also being joined by Himanshu, who is at CSIR. Himanshu, what are you seeing around you?
The mood here is upbeat, but the scientists of CSIR are also very anxious and nervous because, you know, this is a very, very sensitive process. The descent process is expected to start in a short while, a little over an hour from now, exactly at 5:20. That's when ISRO will start the live streaming of the descent process. And as it is being called, the 20 minutes of terror, the last 20 minutes are the most crucial of any such moon mission. And so here also there is, mood is upbeat, but at the same time, lots of anxiousness, lots of tension here among the scientists. You can see I'm in the CSIR headquarters now. On my right side, you can see there's a big screen that has been put in, and you can see these ISRO scientists on the screen now. These are the images, live images, being live streamed here from the ISRO command center, from where the descent process will be given the command around 5:20. That's when the descent process will start. The landing, as we know, is at 6:04, and that is the moment when Union Minister for Science and Technology is also expected to be here. Around 500 people have been invited to see the live video of this moon landing that will be attempted around 6:04. The scientists are here, school students have been invited, university students, there are researchers, scholars, and they're all very, very keen and eager to see how the Chandrayaan 3 actually will make the landing. And truly a very, very historic moment in the history of Indian science. And one more important thing the scientists here have told us, that once the Vikram lander lands on the moon surface, it will create a dust storm there. Lots of dust clouds will be there, and that is why the delay for Pragyan rover actually has been kept in place. Remember, 6:04 is the landing time, and around 9:30 is the time when the Pragyan rover will actually come out of Vikram lander, because that is the time that will be needed for the dust to settle down. Scientists here have told me that they very carefully and consciously ISRO has delayed the process when the Pragyan rover will actually come out of Vikram lander, because they want to ascertain that the dust that will be created once the landing takes place of the Vikram lander is settled down. Because if they don't wait for the dust to settle down, that can damage the equipments there. So clearly, last 20 minutes, most crucial, the last 20 minutes of terror, but at the same time, there is a lot of optimism here, and scientists here have told us that we have learned the lessons from Chandrayaan 2 mission, and all those lessons have been incorporated while planning and executing Chandrayaan 3 mission.
Right.
Sneha.
Thank you very much, Himanshu, for those details, for what you're expecting and what you're seeing around at CSIR. I'm also being joined again by Dr. Surendra Pal at this moment. He's a distinguished scientist and former program director for the satellite navigation program at ISRO Satellite Center, Bengaluru. Thank you for joining us again, Mr. Surendra Pal. You know, let's just talk about the soft landing. There are just about 3 countries who have been able to do this successfully till now. This is India's 3rd moon mission. It's learnt a lot from the 1st and 2nd. But if you have to like really break down the 20 minutes of terror, as all the scientists have been calling this at ISRO, what would you say would be the major challenges? Is it the speed that needs to be regulated but cannot be? It's largely an autonomous process, or the fact that it's such an unexpected, uncharted territory as it is?
Yeah.
Last attempt.
Yeah. The present generation, I must have recruited them, and I must have been on their promotion board as chairman. So I know each one of them. They're very hardworking person, but in emotions they must have used it. Now let us see. See, when it comes from 25 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers, from 6,000 kilometers per hour to 1,200 kilometers per hour, that's called rough braking. So there, all the thrusters should fire properly. The orientation should remain constant. Then we have got attitude hold, where from horizontal velocity it becomes to vertical velocity. That's another crucial thing. And the third thing is where I feel it's crucial, when completely horizontal becomes vertical, that vertical velocity has to be controlled. Now you will say that why you are confident. I'm confident because there are 4 thrusters. Their thrusting values are each one of 800 Newton thrusters, and if 4 thrusters fire in the opposite direction of the velocity, okay, in the velocity vector, that is, suppose the lander is coming in this direction, I fire the thrusters in this way. From here I fire, so it will go in the opposite direction. Equal and opposite reaction. It's taught in our school, Newton's first law. So its velocity will get reduced. Then orientation will change at when it comes to 7.4 kilometers. There will be a 12-degree inclination. So what kinetic energy we had, that will get slightly converted to potential energy. Kinetic energy. We have to kill the kinetic energy by firing the retro rockets, and those rockets will go on firing until it becomes, the whole thing becomes a vertical. When vertical becomes, then all 4 rockets may not work. It will, the onboard computer will decide, and then only 2 rockets will work. And that also, the thrusting, the engine fuel, you can call it, in layman's language, will be controlled. Like when we drive a car, we control the accelerator. So accelerator means we are controlling the fuel. Here also to control the fuel, and depending on the feedback, velocity, the like laser Doppler velocity meter, the accelerometer, the gyros, and the altimeters, RF altimeter, carbon altimeter, plus the laser altimeter, their inputs will go on the onboard processor. And there is a redundancy in software, there is a redundancy in hardware, so it will decide what sort of thrust should go and how many engines should go. Then slowly it will come. Now, soft landing, it means it's not a zero velocity. It will have around 1.86 to 2 kilometers per second. So with that sort of third it will come. But if you are going to helicopter, it will be almost like that sort of thing. Helicopter also, when it lands, we feel little bit of thing. Now the legs which are there, they can tolerate up to 3 meters per second. That is, if you throw somebody from a 20-story or 15-story building, what sort of thing will happen. So that sort of thing, well, the impact will be there. But those legs can take that sort of impact. They can take a slope also. And the logic which is there inside, which was not there in Chandrayaan 2 or Lander 2, is that it can hover like a helicopter. If it does not find a proper...
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology.
Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India?
जी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास। Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
in a
Good evening. Welcome back to our round-the-clock coverage of what are some extremely exciting moments for scientists who are very closely watching and following and leading India's moon mission, the third such attempt. These are some very, very critical moments as India watches very closely. Well, we're talking about Chandrayaan 3, the soft landing that's supposed to happen in just about an hour and a half from now. And we've been bringing you reactions from around the country. I'm also being joined by Dr. Ramesh Chelladurai. He's the service manager for Chandrayaan 3 at ISOC. Also, Ajay Lele joins us in the studio. And Dr. Surendra Pal also continues with us. Dr. Ramesh Chelladurai, to you first. Dr. Surendra Pal a moment before had said he does not agree with the term 20 minutes of terror. But I guess Dr. Sivan used that just to indicate how critical the last few minutes are, considering he was also leading the last such attempt. As a scientist, how are you looking at this?
Okay, I would rephrase that to last few minutes of absolute terror. That's it. Because if you look at the way how the spacecraft behaves after liftoff, right at the time of separation, from the point of separation until it reaches the final orbit, it is like a woman giving birth to a child and the nurse taking care of the child. So this is what the operations team have been doing over the last 1 month since the time of Chandrayaan-3 liftoff. So yes, it has been sleepless nights. However, now it is a critical, final, and the crucial phase of the mission. So I would rephrase that word to last few minutes of absolute terror.
You've taken it possibly to another level, you know, that just shows how much of anticipation, excitement, cautiousness to...
And if they are able to influence these people to have an emotional attachment to the scientific task which they are at, I think that it itself is a big, very big achievement.
Right. Mr. Ajay Lele, if you could explain to us, what is Chandrayaan-3 attempting to do, the top three?
Okay. I will take on to the terminology of a terror. You call it as a terror or you call 20 minutes of happiness. At the end of the day, what we all want is a success. And I think that's what we are expecting ISRO to give it to us. As far as the achievements of this mission are concerned, there are two aspects to it. One is that it is about a technology demonstration that we can undertake a soft landing, and at the same time we can even allow our rover to move freely on the surface of the moon and pick up some observations. The other aspect is a scientific aspect, that what we have achieved during Chandrayaan 1 mission about finding the water on the surface of the moon, we want to carry that quest further. So there will be a chemical mapping, mineralogical mapping, information could be gathered about seismology. Moon is supposed to be having some sort of a earthquake prone area too. So we want to know more about it from the point of view of future missions. One interesting aspect of this entire mission is that you got a unit which got separated from the lander, and that particular unit is having a different type of a sensor called SHAPE, which is trying to understand the Earth from the moon's area. The purpose over here is to understand how a habitable planet looks like. So based on these things, subsequently in future, we could undertake certain amount of missions where to find more amount of a possibility of a habitation over that planet. And I think that's also going to be a very interesting aspect of this entire mission, where you got a unit which is going to look at it not only at the moon, but also it is going to look at it about the Earth too.
In fact, what really are the components of Chandrayaan-3? You have the propulsion module, the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover. The propulsion module carries Vikram lander to 100-kilometer orbit around the moon. Vikram lander will soft land on moon's surface. Vikram lander will deploy Pragyan rover. Rover will carry out the scientific analysis of the moon's surface, something that Mr. Ajay Lele did explain to us. Now, Dr. Surendra Pal, how different is Chandrayaan-3 from Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2 in very, very simple layman language?
See, Chandrayaan-1, we had 11 experiments, you know, and out of that, to my remembrance, 5 experiments were from abroad, like ESA, Bulgaria, NASA, and I think France. So that provided quite a bit of scientific knowledge to us, including the presence of water. That was Chandrayaan-1, and it was a small but very complex, system. And in first attempt, we went into the orbit. See, it's very difficult to go into another planet's orbit because it has got 3 components. You know, Either you can go in elliptical orbit, or you can crash on it, or you can become a paraboloid or hyperboloid. So we have to go to elliptical orbit. In entering into the gravitational field and becoming elliptical orbit is a big maneuver, in my opinion, than landing. So that we have done in Chandrayaan 1. Chandrayaan 2, it was done. Orbiter is working wonderfully well. As far as the lander is concerned, in the lander, Vikram lander, a lot of redundancy has been built. The total system has been tested. Let me tell you in layman's address that we have tested
ISRO back in 2019 in order to establish the service and provide ground station support. So that was during the time of pandemic. Okay, so this was done well ahead, and then now we are here, and within our team we do have people from all over Europe, Spain, Germany, Italy, France, Norway, Scotland, UK. So we have everyone in our team, and we all are working towards one single goal, wishing and praying that the Chandrayaan 3 lander is making its landing successful. So having said that, from ESA as such, we see and we support ISRO in a very, very positive way. And we are doing whatever we can within the scope of our ground station support. And we want to expand our cooperation with ISRO in the long run. So we do definitely see this as a very good achievement for India, and we want to continue in the long run.
Right. Dr. Ajay Lele, if I may ask you, at what time, right now the soft landing is expected around 6/4. At what time was it a point of no return? That the dates could not be changed, nothing? Okay, I think we've lost the connection with Ajay Lele. Dr. Surendra Pal, would you want to take that? At what point it is a point of no return? No change in command, no change in date, nothing.
See, automatic sequencing has been uploaded. Okay, so and if ISRO was to decide, I think now they can decide. They must have already decided that we are going up. Otherwise, 2 hours before they could have decided that we will go on 27th. So, in my opinion, I cannot confirm whether it's the official version. We are at the no return point. As far as the lander is concerned, when the speed is reduced, I told you, there are a lot of redundancies are built. There are thrusters are there. 4 thrusters. We can fire 2 thrusters, 3 thrusters. And the total system is such that even 1 thruster we can land it. All the softwares have been tested properly. So if it can't land at a designated place, it will go to another 100 meters. Right. And that way it can go on hovering. Now out of the 8 locations will land. So in my
organization. And the mission control, you can see images recorded a little while back. They are all set for this mission to land the Chandrayaan probe, which is the Vikram rover, on the surface of the moon. That's a process which will take approximately 20 odd minutes. The process of the movement starting is going to start at about 5:20, 6:04 p.m. is when touchdown is expected. Now just think about it. Hundreds of engineers and scientists, rocketry specialists, satellites specialists from India have been working diligently on this mission for so many years now. They worked through COVID. They had to do this because Chandrayaan 2 was unable to land a probe onto the surface of the moon. It crashed. This time around, we've learned as ISRO from our mistakes, and the goal is absolutely clear that we must ensure that Chandrayaan 3 gets it right. When we talk about Chandrayaan 3, what exactly are we talking about? The mission is called Chandrayaan 3. It had a couple of very important elements. Firstly, there is the Mark 3 rocket, which actually got the satellite, the rover and the lander into space. Then there is the lander that we are talking about. That lander is called Vikram. After 5:20 p.m., Vikram will start descending to the surface of the moon. Before Vikram actually started doing that a couple of days back, there was a propulsion module in space, in the orbit of the moon, which Vikram separated from, right? That propulsion module has some equipment, and it is also involved in looking at the moon. Then before we talk about the lander or the rover, which is the really exciting stuff for our viewers, let us talk about Chandrayaan 2, because in as much as you may believe that Chandrayaan 2 was a failure, it was only a part of the mission that didn't go the way we wanted. There's a satellite of that Chandrayaan 2 mission which is fully involved in the Chandrayaan 3 mission. How? Well, when the lander gets to the surface of the moon and when the rover called Pragyan gets out of the lander, then the rover will be communicating with the lander will be communicating with Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 2 will be communicating with mission control. That is the data link which has been established. If something goes wrong, the lander can communicate independently and the rover can communicate independently as well. But we want that data link to be working. And I use that word data simply because there will be a relatively broad band which is available for the transmission of data. In the initial phase of this entire mission, it is going to be data which transmits color video. We will be seeing the Pragyan rover coming out of Chandrayaan. We will likely be seeing the actual descent or parts of it of the Vikram lander onto the surface of the moon. The idea is to send a real message that we are able to soft land a probe, which is the Vikram lander, onto the surface of the moon. This is extremely difficult because from a speed of several thousands of kilometers per hour, both in horizontal velocity and in vertical velocity, the speed of the Vikram lander, that's what you see on your screen right now, needs to be brought down to a speed where it can soft land on the surface of the moon. That speed is not zero, by the way. There is a certain velocity it needs to come down in, but it is designed to take that G-force, that pressure for that landing to take place. A couple of hours later, as you see on your screen now, the Pragyan rover rolls out. And then there's going to be this process of selfies being taken. The Pragyan rover will take images of Vikram. Vikram will take images of Pragyan. It's all going to be beamed to India. In case you're asking, if you've made a soft landing, then why is it that you need to wait for a couple of hours before Pragyan rolls out? The answer is there in two words: moon dust. We want the moon dust to settle, we want the lenses of the cameras, and we want the sensors on the Vikram lander to be free of dust, and then a stepping stone for deep space missions elsewhere. So that's what India really wants to do. Why? Because in Chandrayaan 1, there was a sensor on board, our own Chandrayaan 1 mission, which detected the presence of water in the atmosphere of the moon. We want to see where that is coming from. So that was one long speech about what's going to be expected, but 5:20 p.m. mission control, we're going to be cutting to that. There'll be commentary as well. 6:04 is when that 20-odd minutes of terror ends, and hopefully it'll be a success for ISRO and of course a success for all of us in India. We'll take a short break, come back with the latest.
The Amity. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Mission Control at the Indian Space Research Organization goes live. That's when orders which have already been fed into the Vikram lander will be activated and the process of descent to the moon actually begins. Very few countries have been able to do this anywhere in the moon. No country has landed on the South Pole, polar region of the moon. The last 3 or 4 missions, I believe, which have attempted to touch down have not worked out, including Lunar of Russia just a couple of days back, and earlier India's Chandrayaan 2 probe. This is an entirely new day. It's a big day for ISRO, for India. The spirit of science and engineering and ISRO, remarkable organization. But what is difficult? What's going to actually happen? Take a look.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
India's celestial 20 minutes of terror. India will go through a nail-biting 20 minutes of terror or a T20 finish.
Liftoff normal, P1 tracking.
After a majestic liftoff, ISRO's Bahubali rocket put Chandrayaan 3 in the Earth's orbit.
200 stages are separated.
Chandrayaan 3 took many rounds of the Earth gaining velocity. On August 1st, 2023, Chandrayaan was nudged towards the moon on its 3.84 lakh kilometer lonely journey. On August 5th, 2023, the Chandrayaan satellite gently entered into the moon's orbit and settled in its embrace. In a crucial maneuver, the propulsion module and the Vikram lander with the Pragyan rover separated on August 17, 2023, when the satellite was in a 153 km by 163 km orbit. Soon, the Vikram lander is brought closer to the moon's surface in an elliptical orbit before the powered descent can begin. On the day of the landing, the 20 minutes of terror or the T20 kick in for a nail-biting finish. In the powered descent, the Vikram starts hurtling down towards the moon's surface at a velocity of 1.68 kilometers per second, which is nearly 6,048 kilometers per hour, almost 10 times the velocity of an airplane. Vikram is now slowing down with all 4 engines firing, but the lander is still almost horizontal to the surface of the moon. It then touches down on the lunar surface with just 2 engines firing, and the legs have been designed to take a maximum impact of 3 meters per second or about 10.8 kilometers per hour. Once the sensors on the legs feel the surface, the engines are shut down and the 20 minutes of terror are over. India's flag reaches the moon surface. Subsequently, the ramp opens up. Now, the real science can begin. The Vikram lander and the rover are both solar powered and are made to last one lunar day, which translates to 14 Earth days. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
मैं अपनी ओर से शुभकामनाएं एनडीटीवी की टीम को और उनके सभी दर्शकों को देता हूं। आशा करता हूं आप सच्ची खबर, सही समय पर जन जन तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करेंगे। ढेरों शुभकामनाएं।
Namaskar. We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's mega conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility.
Good evening and welcome. Well, this is a day, this is an hour that we've been waiting, a lot of us have been waiting for years. After Chandrayaan 2 didn't quite work out the way we wanted, there has always been hope about Chandrayaan 3. People praying across the country. And you can see that on your screen now. Why? Because in 1 hour and 4 minutes from now, India's moon rover, that's the Vikram rover, will touch down on the surface of the moon. But the process between now and then, it's going to be difficult. Thousands of kilometers in horizontal velocity and vertical velocity will need to be cut down through a series of automated maneuvers when essentially Vikram does the job for itself. It needs to finally pick a spot that it can land on because the southern polar region of the moon has a lot of boulders over there and craters. So it needs to find the right spot, match a spot with what it has been fed with, which is images of the moon. It is artificial intelligence at work over here, and it actually touches down. But let's just take a look at what's been happening as we play out these images. Firstly, this is the Vikram lander. This is in fact mission control, and then the Vikram lander that you see on your screen over there. At a certain stage, this is the propulsion module which separates from the Vikram lander. The Vikram lander then adjusts itself by firing its engines. It uses its sensors to track the surface of the moon. And remember, artificial intelligence at play over here. It finally settles down. It is a difficult process, not easy at all. The speed at the moment of touchdown is not zero. In fact, it is at a particular velocity. It needs to be. And then a couple of hours later, the Pragyan rover starts rolling out. Let's have those images, that video of the Pragyan rover as well. We'll have that for you in just a few moments from now. But again, a repeat of this video from another angle, the 20 minutes of terror as it's known, as the Vikram rover, Vikram lander makes its way to the surface of the moon. Pragyan rolls out of the rover once it makes a soft landing. That's what we are waiting for. As I mentioned, and you can see in this animation, a lot of moon dust. We do not want that moon dust, which is why Pragyan will wait in the tummy, as it were, of the Vikram lander before rolling out a couple of hours later. So you're asking how many hours later? We suspect at about 9 to 9:30 p.m. tonight, if everything goes well, Pragyan will roll out. But just getting the Chandrayaan lander to land successfully, that is a big deal. But later on, Pragyan, the little rover, will roll out. The mission life of this entire mission is just 14 days. But there will be serious science happening in those 14 days as images of Vikram and Pragyan roll out. But as you can see, lots of enthusiasm, lots of children who are actually watching this entire event, big screen televisions across the country, several schools participating in the sense that they want their kids to be a part of this experience. So let's face it, there is pressure on ISRO to deliver, but they have a reputation of doing that. Yes, space is difficult. Yes, mistakes happen. But when mistakes happen, if something is broke, you go and fix it. And that's what the Indian Space Research Organization has now done. And we can also see images. I believe these are some of the first images which are actually coming in from mission control. Mission control's images now indicate, as you can see over there, a state of preparedness. It's all going to start in a little while from now. So there were smiling faces earlier on. We haven't really got any idea of the expression right now, but they all know what's happening. And the fact of the matter is this: everything seems to be on course. There is no word of an abort at this stage or a delay at this stage. All of the landing instructions
full level test பண்ணீங்களா level complete சொல்றாங்க நீங்க video from Nadi mode just கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது நம்ம செட்டிங் பண்றாங்க இல்லையா அவங்க level பண்றாங்க तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं इंट्रोडक्शन में ही ऐड कर सकते हैं करेक्ट ना ओके
out of mission control. They are all getting set for the big moment. Before we come to that, let's just bring you this report on what the process of landing the rover on the surface of the moon will be.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
India's celestial 20 minutes of terror. India will go through a nail-biting 20 minutes of terror or a T20 finish.
Liftoff normal, P1 tracking.
After a majestic liftoff, ISRO's Bahubali rocket put Chandrayaan 3 in the Earth's orbit.
200 stages are separated.
Chandrayaan 3 took many rounds of the Earth gaining velocity. On August 1st, 2023, Chandrayaan was nudged towards the moon on its 3.84 lakh kilometer lonely journey. On August 5th, 2023, the Chandrayaan satellite gently entered into the moon's orbit and settled in its embrace. In a crucial maneuver, the propulsion module and the Vikram lander with the Pragyan rover separated on August 17, 2023, when the satellite was in a 153 kilometer by 163 kilometer orbit. Soon, the Vikram lander is brought closer to the moon's surface in an elliptical orbit before the powered descent can begin. On the day of the landing, the 20 minutes of terror or the T20 kick in for a nail-biting finish, still almost horizontal to the surface of the moon. It then touches down on the lunar surface with just 2 engines firing, and the legs have been designed to take a maximum impact of 3 meters per second or about 10.8 kilometers per hour. Once the sensors on the legs feel the surface, the engines are shut down and the 20 minutes of terror are over. India's flag reaches the moon surface. Subsequently, the ramp opens up, the Pragyan rover is rolled down. Once the Pragyan rover reaches the lunar surface, the rover is then free to move around the moon. The big moment arrives when the Vikram lander takes images of the rover and the Pragyan rover takes images of the lander. The first selfies by India from the lunar surface are then beamed back to India. Now, the real science can begin. The Vikram lander and the rover are both solar powered and are made to last 1 lunar day, which translates to 14 Earth days. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Well, there is a huge sense of excitement right now. I'm joined by my colleagues Pratibha Menon and Sam Daniel. Pratibha is at Mission Control. Pratibha, what's happening?
Well, I'm here at ISRO Command Center. Well, the stage is set, not just in terms of the live streaming, but the stage is set for the Vikram lander, which would be landing on the moon, creating history. We are inching closer to that particular moment, and India is definitely gaining or assuming significance on 2 fronts. One, the country would be known as the 4th country to explore the technology of soft landing, and 2, we would be the first, in case Chandrayaan 3 becomes successful, we become the first to explore the uncharted territory, which is the southern pole of the Earth's natural satellite. Now, why is this so very significant is one, because there is evidence that the craters of the southern pole at the moon's surface is found to have water as well as ice, and this could open up new opportunities, new windows in terms of research, discoveries as well as new findings. And if India achieves that success with Chandrayaan 3, then this is definitely a remarkable moment as well as a moment that all of us should be really proud of. So all eyes are on that particular moment between 5:44 p.m. to 6 p.m. Well, we would be knowing whether Chandrayaan 3 would create a success story or not.
All right, Sam, you've got kids around you. Kids, such an important part of what India is trying to project. Sam, go ahead, tell us what's happening around you.
Vishnu, we come to you from Ispani Center in Chennai, where around 100 children have gathered to watch the landing live. It's organized by Space Kids India, a startup that's encouraging children across Tamil Nadu, across India, to develop interest towards space science. And with me, a group of children. Let's talk to them. How exciting or how excited are you?
I'm very excited
Because?
because it's a very historical moment and it has never been done before. Landing on the south side of the moon is a very historical moment for India.
Last time Chandrayaan was not successful. What has changed this time? You're very hopeful.
And the failure of Chandrayaan 2, it failed in some points. So ISRO scientists noted the points, and in the making of Chandrayaan 3, they concentrated more on the points, and it became well. So let's expect a good landing.
Is it important for India?
Yes, it's very important as it's a historical moment, like my friend Shazad said, and it also makes India have a record because this is the first time India is doing it. The whole other states have not done this yet.
You're proud?
Yes, I'm so proud of my country.
Is there anyone who wants to become a space scientist perhaps?
Maybe.
What excites you about space?
I don't know.
But you've been following Chandrayaan?
Yes.
Let's speak to some parents also. I mean, what kind of excitement among you as parents now?
Yeah, it's like Chandrayaan vaanat mele, land on the moon mele, kondaadud thedud onna oya hoy, adu enna hoy.
On a serious note, a successful landing, what does it mean for India?
See, it's phenomenal like it used to be. Like we've done so many things in the past, right? Like so, it's going to be phenomenal like the past, and we're going to beat that over and over again in the future. And there are a lot of plans, like you can hear from their interviews. So like I'm just in the feel of like we've already landed. It's like that, yeah. So
it is not only it is a future for our child, and it is each and every citizen is a proud moment. Like a cricket match, how is it? It is more than that. It is a pride moment for this.
See, Chandrayaan 2, when it failed 4 years back, a lot of things were at stake. And this, I think, is a proud moment for every Indian, no matter which part of the world they are. And landing today on the moon is a very historic moment. Very few countries have done that. And India being one of them is a very proud moment and paves way for a lot of other bigger things for everybody to dream and then explore.
What has brought about this kind of excitement among children, among parents?
Everyone is excited. Everyone wants to watch what's happening around. Even the entire world is watching us. So I wish and pray that everything should be successful.
So Vishnu, quite an excitement here at Ispani Center, where Space Kids India is organizing this kind of gathering, and in a sense they can't really wait for that excitement to watch it live and also to get a confirmation from ISRO that it's a successful soft landing. Vishnu.
All right, Sam, thanks very much for joining us. Sam Daniel, our known intrepid who loves the Indian Space Research Organization. He's getting set to get the very latest news as well. But let's just bring you, in a little while, a couple of images from inside the Indian Space Research Organization's Mission Control Center. The live feed of the entire event is going to start at about 4:12. I'm going to introduce our guest, Professor Dibyendu Nandi, Annapurni Subramaniam, D. Raghunandan and Devadatta Mishra. Devadatta, let me come to you first. What starts happening at 5:20 p.m.?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. So.
Good evening.
I can feel the excitement there.
Yes, absolutely. Been waiting for this for years.
Yeah, and 4 years back, I was in the same mission control center when the Chandrayaan 2 was happening. So, though I am no more, but still I can feel the high octane environment, what would be happening there. And as we know, all is well if end is well. But unfortunately, last time it could not happen in that way. But gracefully, definitely things will happen in a very predicted way. And coming back to your question, actually this landing happens autonomously. You can see that in the control center, if you have access now, you can see people will be crossed hands and they'll be sitting ideal, because before the descending operation starts, all the commands will be fed into the onboard computer.
And that's taken place yesterday. So it's just a question of activating the sequence, right?
Yeah. So it will do the activities sequentially by its own. So now the onboard computer is the boss of the lander Vikram. and no scientist. Now all the scientists would have been done their work and they would be just gossiping
So
there. And
Vikram
just,
is the boss right now. Mr. Raghunandan, you want to talk a little bit about that? It's now into the hands of fate, as it were, in about once ISRO gives the final command to activate the prefed sequences, Vikram does its job or not.
Yeah, in fact, we've been speaking so much about these 20 minutes of terror. I think the terror is what we feel when we have no control over the situation. Since Vikram is going to be doing the landing on its own, there is nothing else that anybody else can do. That the scientists have given all their inputs, everything has been loaded onto the computer, and now the guidance systems of Vikram will take over through the various stages, and Vikram has been given a fair amount of leeway in terms of its decision making on the way down. The algorithms have been modified to take care of any problems like those that arose last time. There's more margin for the lander to choose its site of landing. Previously, if I remember right, it
because
had a 400...
ISRO's commentary has just started out. Let's quickly go across, have this out full screen. Let's see what's taking place.
सभी दर्शकों के जानकारी के लिए अब हम इसरो के अब तक के सभी लूनर मिशंस की संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हां, इसरो संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हां, इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान 1 अक्टूबर 2008 में पीएसएलवी रॉकेट के द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था। चंद्रयान 1 चंद्रमा के सतह पर पानी की खोज करके पहले ही इतिहास रच चुका है।
They're talking about the history of the missions. We haven't quite gotten around to Chandrayaan 3. But Annapurni Subramaniam, could you describe to us the process that now starts taking place? What exactly happens as Vikram makes its way down to the surface of the moon?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to also mention about things which are done as preparatory as well.
Yes.
So tracking this spacecraft is extremely important. If you actually look at the deep sky space network of NASA, it is already tracking. So you can see the antenna stationed at Canberra tracking these channels. You can see some commanding going up, and you can see the power, and it takes a round time of about 2.5 seconds kind of a thing is listed there. So the actual commanding to the lander is one thing, but metadata, which is transmitted down, is important thing regarding its parameters as well. So that is what is being displayed and monitored there. So we should also make sure that all the communication network, which is happening along with the collaborations with ESA and NASA, and also ISRO's own network, Deep Sky Network, is actually collecting the data so that we can actually see what is happening there. So after that, once the time happens for it to be landing, when in the orbit, it comes above the region where you're supposed to initiate that thing. So initiating command will actually they have to initiate that. So there will be some amount of uplink, but then most of the downlink is regarding the metadata regarding the parameters.
Okay, let me just quickly go across to Professor Dibyendu Nandi as well. What is the science that we're looking for in this mission? The science.
Well, so the Pragyan rover has a few instruments. The instruments are primarily looking at the surface composition of the lunar surface near the South Pole at about 70 degrees. We are looking for elemental abundances. There is a alpha spectrometer, X-ray spectrometer, proton alpha spectrometer. We also have a laser-induced spectrometer, which looks at firing a laser into the lunar surface and breaking down the surface layers and then sampling the content of the lunar surface. These are all from the perspective of looking for resources, mineralogy and resources for future missions, not just Indian missions, but I think this is a big step from India for the world in the sense of being able to guide the exploration and the vision of the Artemis mission as well, which we have now we have agreed to be part of. This is a global collaboration. So in a sense, what Chandrayaan discovers in the South Pole.
Media personnel and dear viewers,
A very good evening to all of you. We at ISRO welcome you to the live coverage of India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 mission's landing event on the lunar surface. These are the visuals from Mission Operation Complex at ISRO's Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, situated in Namma, Bengaluru, Karnataka. I, Arushi Seth, and my colleague, Dr. Padamdeo Mishra, are your hosts for the evening and shall accompany you on the journey of the landing event from powered descent start to touchdown. Today, we shall be witnessing the final phase of the critical and most technologically challenging mission operations of Chandrayaan-3, wherein the lander module will be making a safe and soft landing on the surface of the moon. These display screens show the countdown to the power descent start as well as the path that will be followed by the lander module. We are 18 minutes away from the commencement of power descent. India is at the brink of creating history as we all await with bated breath to witness the landing on Moon's south polar region.
From all right, images from mission control over there. I missed that little bit. Annapurni, did you pick that up? Was that 18 minutes till the event starts, or was it 80 minutes till the event starts?
18 minutes.
18
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So 18 minutes later is when the process starts. 5:42 approximately is when it should actually be taking place. So Annapurni, I'll repeat the question for the benefit of our viewers. What exactly is it that we are looking to see or observe as that powered descent begins?
Yeah, so when we right now it is orbiting, so in which case that the spacecraft is moving in a horizontal direction along the orbit. So when it comes to the designated point, you have to actually break it and slow it down, and then slowly bring the altitude down. And in that process, is a rough braking happens, and then you also have at some point you have to reorient the spacecraft so that the legs are pointing down. And then that goes into a kind of a soft braking point. And then at some altitude, they station and then figure out whether the point is actually, the place below it is safe or not. And that time, they decide whether to go down or search around the area and then go down. So these are the major steps which will be taken. And then we also have to find out the velocities, the horizontal velocity, that's the speed, and then the horizontal and the vertical, the position, the angle, and the position of the landing area. So these are critical points which the algorithm also will be looping in to figure out what is the safe thing to do.
Devadatta Mishra, could you tell us a little bit about the speeds that the Vikram lander will need to decrease in order to make a safe approach? We've lost Devadatta for a moment. Let me put that across to Dibyendu Nandi. Could you tell us, Professor Nandi, of the speeds that we are looking at?
Well, right now, I believe the Vikram lander is hurtling at the stupendous speed of something like 2 kilometers per second. So translated, that would mean 10 times the speed of an aircraft. You don't land something at that speed. So you have to do the rough braking phase at the end of which the speed will be reduced to something like a few tens of kilometers per hour. And you would roughly be a kilometer over the moon's surface at that phase in time. At which point then you enter the fine braking phase where you have this elegant maneuver, tricky maneuver where the spacecraft changes its orientation, and then you would start firing the thrusters to reduce the vertical speed, because the whole idea is to land softly. So eventually, when it's a few meters over the surface, the idea is to reduce the speed down to something like a very leisurely strolling pace of something like 7 kilometers an hour, which I and you can walk at. And I believe that the Vikram lander has some tolerance there from about 5 kilometers per hour to 15 kilometers per hour. The landing system has inbuilt those tolerances from the experiences from the last time in order to sort of sustain the shock that we expect from landing at that speed.
Okay, just half
That's
a
the kind of
second. I
speed.
believe there's some detail coming in from Mission Control. Let's listen in.
Elliptic parking orbit of size 170 by 36,500 kilometers. ISRO, in its mission plan of following the incremental trajectory approach, carried a total of 5 earthbound maneuvers. The fifth apogee raising maneuver, which took place on the 25th of July, placed the spacecraft in an orbit of 250 by 1,27,000 kilometers. At the early hours of 1st August, the translunar injection was carried out, after which the composite module began the final leg of its long journey of nearly 3,84,000 kilometers for its rendezvous with the Moon. The TLI was a key step in the mission, enabling the spacecraft to escape Earth's gravitational pull and travel to the Moon. An orbit of 288 by 3,69,328 kilometers was achieved at the end of the translunar injection.
जी हाँ, ट्रांसलूनर इंजेक्शन किसी भी इंटरप्लेनेटरी मिशन के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक परंतु कठिन ऑपरेशन होता है। इस सफल मैन्यूवर के बाद चंद्रयान 3 पृथ्वी से दूर निकलकर चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र में एक हाइपरबोलिक ट्रेजेक्ट्री के द्वारा पहुंचाया गया। पुनः 5 अगस्त 2023 को लूनर ऑर्बिट इंसर्शन के द्वारा चंद्रयान 3 को 160 किलोमीटर के पेरीलून और 18,000 किलोमीटर के अपोलून के साथ चंद्रमा के इलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। टीएलआई के तरह एलओआई भी एक बहुत जटिल ऑपरेशन होता है। इसमें हमें यह ध्यान देना आवश्यक होता है कि उपग्रह के वेगमान को एक निश्चित बिंदु से घटाया जा सके, अन्यथा उपग्रह चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र से बाहर निकल जाएगा। एलओआई के सफलतापूर्वक परिचालन के बाद चंद्रयान 3 की कक्षा को 4 बार और परिवर्तित किया गया। इस दौरान चंद्रमा की अधिकतम ऊंचाई को घटाकर 160 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल का लगभग 755 किलोग्राम ईंधन का उपयोग हुआ और चंद्रयान 3 के वेगमान को लगभग 850 मीटर प्रति सेकंड कम कर दिया गया। लैंडर मॉड्यूल को लगभग 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में स्थापित करने के बाद 17 अगस्त 2023 को प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल से अलग कर दिया गया। पुनः लैंडर मॉडल के ऑर्बिट को 2 डीबूस्ट मैन्यूवर्स के द्वारा 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट से घटाकर 25 गुणे 130 किलोमीटर के एलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। इस दौरान यह भी सुनिश्चित कर दिया गया कि 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटेबल थ्रस्टर्स पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी चुनौती का सामना कर सकें। लैंडर मॉड्यूल इस ऑर्बिट में 4 दिन तक चंद्रमा की परिक्रमा करता रहा ताकि इसके सभी सब सिस्टम को पावर डिसेंट से पहले कार्यात्मक रूप से वेरीफाई और वैलिडेट किया जा सके। इस दौरान चंद्रयान 2 और लैंडर मॉड्यूल की आपस में बातचीत भी हो चुकी है और संक्षेप में अब तक की यात्रा की बात करें तो लैंडर मॉड्यूल अब तक 21 बार पृथ्वी के और लगभग 120 बार चंद्रमा का चक्कर लगा चुका है और इस पूरी यात्रा में लगभग 55 लाख किलोमीटर की यात्रा भी पूरी कर चुका है। अब तक के इस पूरे अभियान में यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया कि सारे ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर्स इस प्रकार किए जाएं कि लैंडिंग साइट पावर डिसेंट की शुरुआत से ही लैंडर के ऑर्बिटल प्लेन में बना रहे।
Make it further that is true indeed. We have arrived at the crucial juncture wherein the orbit plane contains the desired landing site at the start of powered descent. We are also happy to announce that live images from the Chandrayaan 3 lander imager camera is being received continuously. The demonstration of soft landing on the moon's surface is no ordinary feat due to the innumerable challenges and complexities involved. The lander velocity has to be killed from nearly 6,048 kilometers per hour without any aid from the thin and tenuous moon's atmosphere. The lunar dust at the time of landing and the craters and boulders scattered over the moon's surface make it further complicated to achieve this. The new and improved Chandrayaan 3 design has been built after envisaging all the scenarios which the lander module can encounter. With several software improvements, provision for full-level redundancies, a plethora of special tests, namely the integrated hot test, integrated cold test, and lander leg drop tests were carried out for the lander module. The success of these tests has provided great confidence in the performance of all the onboard sensors, propulsion system, and associated guidance, control, and navigation algorithms. The key findings during the tests have enabled to improve the overall system performance. The largely unexplored south pole of the moon has been chosen as the intended landing site, since there is a possibility of finding ice and other minerals which would be vital resources for future explorers. Apart from continuing investigations pioneered by Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2, the Chandrayaan-3 mission will also provide invaluable data to the science community around the world. Let us give our viewers a glimpse on the configuration of Chandrayaan-3 mission.
चंद्रयान 3 का मिशन प्लान लगभग चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही बनाया गया है। यहाँ यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया है कि चंद्रयान 3 को रॉकेट से अलग होने से लेकर के चंद्रमा के निकटतम कक्षा में स्थापित होने तक सारी गतिविधियाँ चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही हों। और अब हम यह कह सकते हैं कि यह प्लान पूरी तरह से 100% सफल रहा। हालांकि लैंडर मॉड्यूल के सेंसर्स और प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम को इस तरह से मजबूत किया गया है कि लैंडर पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी आपदा से बाहर आकर के मिशन के मुख्य उद्देश्य को पूरा कर सके। इस क्रम में लैंडर के मुख्य सेंसर्स कारा, लासा, LHBC, LDV और LHDAC का कार्यात्मक परीक्षण भी किया जा चुका है। LDV जो कि पूर्णतः स्वदेशी तकनीकी से बनाया गया एक नया सेंसर है, इसका मुख्य कार्य लैंडर के वेलोसिटी को तीनों अक्षों में कंप्यूट करना है। पावर डिसेंट के दौरान लैंडर के सटीक पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी का ज्ञान होना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। लिराप यानी लेज़र इनर्शियल रिफरेंसिंग एंड एक्सीलरोमीटर पैकेज इस कार्य को पावर डिसेंट के दौरान बखूबी निभाएगा। ट्रैजेक्टरी जनरेशन जो कि चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के लिए बहुत ही अहम है, क्योंकि हर ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर के बाद यह सुनिश्चित किया जाता है कि लैंडर की मिशन ऑब्जेक्टिव को ना बदले। इस क्रम में मैं यह भी आपको बता दूं कि ऑर्बिट डिटर्मिनेशन जो कि उपग्रह के पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी को बहुत ही एक्यूरेटली बताता है, एक बहुत ही कठिन और जटिल कंप्यूटेशन और एस्टिमेशन होता है। यहाँ यह भी जानना महत्वपूर्ण है कि चंद्रयान 2 का OHRC पेलोड अब तक काफ़ी ऊंचे स्तर का डैम प्रदान किया है, जिसके फलस्वरूप लैंडिंग साइट के सीमा को बढ़ाकर 4x2.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया है, जो कि पावर डिसेंट के दौरान सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग कराने में काफ़ी सहायक सिद्ध होगा।
Apart from the sensors, Chandrayaan 3 is equipped with a suite of sophisticated payload instruments. While Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2 orbiter have provided abundant remote sensing data of Moon, equally important are the on-site localized measurements that provide ground truths. Lander and rover have payloads which are completely new and will perform in situ analysis of lunar surface. The two spectroscopes on rover, APXS and LIBS, will actively measure the surface elemental abundances at the landing location and surrounding area. The lander carries a seismometer ILSA that can sense impact events and lunar quakes. The thermal probe CHAST will measure the temperature profile and thermal conductivity of Moon's regolith. The Rambha payload will carry out lunar ionosphere studies, while the laser retroreflector array shall be a passive location indicator for future spacecraft equipped with laser altimeter. The propulsion module has not been left behind, and an experimental shape payload has been added to it as a value addition. It will help in understanding the nature and characteristics of water-rich planets and will also aid in the future study of potentially habitable exoplanets. We are minutes away from the start of powered descent. The entire powered descent shall be carried out by the onboard autonomous landing sequencer or ALS, which is a series of instructions preloaded to the lander module. These instructions include the commands to be executed, data to be collected and analyzed, and decisions to be made and executed autonomously throughout the powered descent.
जी हाँ, अब हम पावर डिसेंट के बहुत ही करीब आ चुके हैं। हम आपको बताते चलें कि पावर डिसेंट को कुल 4 चरणों में बांटा गया है। सबसे पहले आता है रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज, जिसमें लैंडर की ऊंचाई को चंद्रमा की सतह से 30 किलोमीटर से घटाकर 7.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया जाएगा। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को पूरा करने में लगभग 11.5 मिनट लगेगा और इसका समानांतर वेग 1680 मीटर प्रति सेकंड से घटाकर 358 मीटर प्रति सेकंड हो जाएगा।
We have continuous flow of lander telemetry data from ISRO's Deep Space Network IDSN-32 located in Belalu, Bengaluru. The data is being acquired real-time by station and is flown to the Mission Operation Complex through our communication links. In addition to it, we also have support from ESA and JPL DSN stations. There will be no ground intervention once the ALS takes charge. The preparation for today's event had started 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters for the autonomous landing sequence were carried out. The whole descent is divided into 4 phases: the rough braking phase, the attitude hold phase, fine braking phase, and the local navigation phase or the terminal descent phase.
जी हाँ, एटीट्यूड होल्ड फेज, जो कि पावर डिसेंट का दूसरा चरण है, एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फेज है। इस 10 सेकंड के स्मॉल ड्यूरेशन के दौरान लैंडर के 2 महत्वपूर्ण सेंसर कारा और लासा लैंडर की ऊंचाई की गणना करेंगे। इस फेज के पूरा होते ही लैंडर चंद्रमा के सतह से कुल 6.8 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर होगा।
During the rough braking phase, the lander velocity shall be brought down from 1,680 meters per second to 358 meters per second. The altitude will be brought down from 30 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers at the end of rough braking. Currently, we can see the scientists are analyzing the lander data.
जी हाँ, हम ये देख सकते हैं कि मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स रूप में बैठे सभी वैज्ञानिक ये जो भी डेटा देख रहे हैं वो डीप स्पेस नेटवर्क IDSN 32 के द्वारा प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है। और अगर हम अब बात करें पावर डिसेंट के तीसरे चरण का, जो कि फाइन ब्रेकिंग फेज होगा, जिसमें लैंडर लैंडिंग साइट से जस्ट 800 मीटर की ऊंचाई पर वर्टिकली होगा। इस चरण को पूरा होने में लगभग 3 मिनट लगेंगे और इस चरण के पूरा होते ही लैंडर की वेलोसिटी लगभग 0 हो जाएगी।
The scientists here at his track are glued to their systems, analyzing all sorts of complex data. We are very close to the powered descent, to the start of the powered descent phase.
जी हाँ, अगर हम अब बात करें पावर डिसेंट के चौथे और अंतिम चरण का, जो कि लोकल नेविगेशन फेज या टर्मिनल डिसेंट फेज भी कहा जाता है, इस दौरान लैंडर के 2 इंजन बंद कर दिए जाएंगे और लैंडर के सेंसरों द्वारा इसके हाइट और वेलोसिटी की गणना इनर्शियल नेविगेशन को भेज दिया जाएगा। इस दौरान लैंडर 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई को प्राप्त करने के बाद कुल 131 सेकंड लगाएगा। इस पड़ाव पे आने के बाद पुनः लैंडर 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा। आप इस समय अपने स्क्रीन पे मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स में बैठे सभी मान्यगणों को देख सकते हैं, जो कि बहुत ही उत्सुकता के साथ टेलीमेट्री डेटा को देख रहे हैं। अभी हम लोग पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने से जस्ट कुछ ही पल दूर हैं। पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने में लगभग 30 सेकंड ही बचा है और हमको ये सारे डेटा मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स रूम में आईडीएसएन 32 के द्वारा, जो कि लगातार लैंडर के कनेक्शन में बना हुआ है, प्रदान कर रहा है।
Power descent has begun and the lander module is from 1680 meters per second to 358 meters per second. The altitude will be brought down from 30 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers at the end of rough braking. All this in the duration of 690 seconds or 11.5 minutes. Currently, the Laser Inertial Reference and Accelerometer package (LIRAP) is aiding in the navigation.
जी हाँ, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर अब तक कुल 191 किलोमीटर हॉरिजेंटल दिशा में चल चुका है और अभी तक इसकी वेलोसिटी लगभग 31 किलोमीटर बनी हुई है।
The lander module has traveled a distance of approximately 228 kilometers. The complete downrange that will be traveled during this phase shall be nearly 713.5 kilometers.
जी हाँ, कुल 745 किलोमीटर के इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज में आप देख सकते हैं कि हम लोग लगभग अपनी यात्रा 20% कंप्लीट कर चुके हैं। पावर डिसेंट की यह शुरुआत हम कह सकते हैं कि बहुत ही सटीक और सधी हुई है, जिसमें लैंडर अपने वेगमान को अनुमानित तरीके से घटा रहा है।
The altitude of the lander module will reduce from 7.4 kilometers to 6.8 kilometers. During the next phase, which is going to be the attitude hold phase. We can currently see that the altitude of the lander module is nearly 31 kilometers.
आरुषि, अभी हम इस ग्राउंड ट्रेस को देखते हुए कह सकते हैं कि रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज की शुरुआत बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से हुई है। आप ये देख सकती हैं कि जो भी प्रोजेक्टेड ग्राउंड ट्रेस है उसी पे अपना लैंडर मॉड्यूल आगे चलते हुए बढ़ रहा है। अभी तक ये देखा जा सकता है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल लगभग 370 किलोमीटर क्षैतिज दिशा में चल चुका है।
The mission operations team is analyzing the data. We can all see the seriousness and the concentration with which each and every parameter of the lander module is being analyzed. The performance so far seems to be nominal.
जी आरुषि, चूंकि एएलएस एक्टिवेट किया जा चुका है, इसलिए ग्राउंड से कोई कमांडिंग नहीं की जा रही है। इस दौरान आपके स्क्रीन पे सारे डेटा इसरो के डीप स्पेस नेटवर्क से रियल टाइम में आ रहे हैं। इस मिशन में सेकेंड और थर्ड ऑर्डर गाइडेंस पॉलिनोमियल का प्रयोग हुआ है, जो कि इनर्शियल थ्रस्ट और एंगल के हमेशा सुनिश्चित करेगा।
During the entire descent, there is no ground intervention as the ALS has taken charge. The preparation for today's event had started nearly 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters were done. We can see that the vertical velocity of the lander module has been brought down. It is continuously coming down. And the ALS had already been initiated 1 hour before the scheduled time of the power descent start. Following this, the throttleable engine electronics module, the TECM, was switched on.
धीरे अब कम होता हुआ दिख रहा है और जो कि एक्सपेक्टेड भी है। अभी हम बात करें करंट आल्टीट्यूड की, तो जो कि 28.6 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
आप स्क्रीन पर ये भी देख सकते हैं चंद्रयान 3 लैंडर इमेजर डिस्प्ले। The lander imager is continuously taking photographs of the moon's surface, and that is also being streamed here. Currently, the horizontal velocity has been brought down, and the distance traveled is 507 phase is the attitude hold phase, which will be for a duration of nearly 10 seconds. The lander will be oriented such that both the altimeters will be looking exactly towards the moon's surface. At the end of this attitude hold phase, height measurement update to navigation system will be given from the laser and car band altimeters. Currently, we are in the middle of the rough braking phase.
जी हाँ, अगर हम ध्यान से देखें तो लगभग 8 मिनट की यात्रा के बाद लैंडर अपनी हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी को लगातार कम करते हुए अपनी ऊंचाई, अभी की ऊंचाई के समय 24 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका है। अब तक के आंकड़े को देखते हुए हम कह सकते हैं कि लैंडिंग पूरी तरह से नॉमिनल है। यहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं कि हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी लगातार कम होती हुई दिख रही है। The altitude of lander from ground is currently 22 kilometer, which is again going to be coming down, and that is expected.
For the viewers who have joined now, we are in the power descent phase, and we are in the rough braking phase, which is the first phase of the power descent. We have currently traveled a downrange of 697 kilometers, and the downrange that has to be traveled during this phase, current altitude is nearly 15.2 kilometers, and the distance traveled is 754 kilometers. We can also see the image that the lander imager camera has been providing.
जी हाँ, इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज के दौरान 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटल इंजन अपने कार्य को पूरी तरह से अंजाम दे रहे हैं और लैंडर के हॉरिजॉन्टल वेलोसिटी को लगातार कम कर रहे हैं। अब तक लैंडर लगभग अपने 75 से 80% की यात्रा को पूरा कर चुका है।
After the rough braking and the attitude hold phase, we shall be having the fine braking phase, which will continue for nearly 3 minutes. The whole phase is being driven by the autonomous landing sequencer, and there is no intervention from ground.
जी हाँ आरुषि, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकती हैं कि जो करंट आल्टीट्यूड है चंद्रमा के सतह से लगभग 10 किलोमीटर के आसपास है। जी हाँ, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हम सभी का उत्साहवर्धन करने के लिए दक्षिणी अफ्रीका के जोहान्सबर्ग से जुड़ गए हैं।
Yes, we are privileged to have with us Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has joined us from South Africa's Johannesburg to encourage us.
जी हाँ, आप ये देख सकते हैं एल्टीट्यूड होल्ड फेस भी बहुत ही आसानी से लैंडर फेस ने पार कर लिया है और अब फाइन ब्रेकिंग की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। अभी हम ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 5.6 किलोमीटर है, जो कि इस फेस के उपरांत लगभग 800 मीटर हो जाएगी।
We can hear from the mission operations team that the sensors are performing nominally, and we are currently in the midst of the fine braking phase, which is going to continue for 3 minutes, and the altitude is going to be reduced to nearly 800 meters at the end of this phase.
जी हाँ, जैसा कि आरुषि जी ने बताया कि लगभग 3 मिनट के उपरांत लैंडर की हाइट लगभग 800 मीटर वर्टिकली होगी और यहाँ पे लैंडर की हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी, वर्टिकल वेलोसिटी, इवन डाउन रेंज भी लगभग शून्य होगा।
We can see the visual of the lander module, and we can see that the down range traveled is nearly 831 kilometers.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई अब चंद्रमा की सतह से लगभग 3 किलोमीटर से कम हो चुकी है।
We are very close to the moon's surface, nearly 2.6 kilometers, as we can see.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 1 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, which is going to be the vertical descent phase or the local navigation phase.
जी हाँ, अब हम फाइन ब्रेकिंग वेव के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण को भी बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक हासिल कर लिया है और अभी हम वर्टिकल डिसेंट फेज में आ चुके हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत भी बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हो चुकी है।
Lot of applause indicates that till now the performance has been nominal. We are in the vertical descent phase 1. The altitude is being brought down from 800 meters and we are nearing and approaching the lunar surface.
जी, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर का हाइट लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस समय हम लैंडिंग साइट के जस्ट ऊपर हैं और इस समय इसकी ऊंचाई लगभग 600 मीटर के आसपास है। इस फेज के दौरान लगभग 150 मीटर के ऊंचाई पे पहुंचने के बाद लैंडर अगेन लगभग 20 से 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा।
We are above the landing site. The horizontal as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. And the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं ये जो पथ निर्धारित किया गया है, लैंडर पूरी तरह से उसी को ही फॉलो कर रहा है। इस समय हम लगभग 200 मीटर की हाइट से भी कम आ चुके हैं। अब हम ये देख सकते हैं कि हम लगभग 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं चंद्रमा के सतह से।
We are approaching the vertical descent phase 2, which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150 meters above the lunar surface.
जी हाँ, आप इस तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट को सुन सकते हैं, जो कि सेकेंड हाइब्रिड फेज के कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन सारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा की जा रही है। जी हाँ, आप अगर फिर से ध्यान से देखें तो एल्टीट्यूड पुनः कम होता जा रहा है। अभी हम लोग लगभग 135 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं।
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
As expected, the retargeting is going on, and this is a very good signature for the lander. अभी आप ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 65 मीटर के आसपास बची हुई है।
Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल।
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के।
बहुत ही उम्दा। The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार। Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Sir,
मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ऐसी ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं राष्ट्र जीवन की चिरंजीव चेतना बन जाती है। ये पल अविस्मरणीय है। ये क्षण अभूतपूर्व है। ये क्षण विकसित भारत के शंखनाद का है। ये क्षण नए भारत के जयघोष का है। ये क्षण मुश्किलों के महासागर को पार करने का है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का है। ये क्षण 140 करोड़ धड़कनों के सामर्थ्य का है। ये क्षण भारत में नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास, नई चेतना का है। ये क्षण भारत के उदयमान भाग्य के आह्वान का है। अमृत काल की प्रथम प्रभा में सफलता की ये अमृत वर्षा हुई है। हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया। और हमारे वैज्ञानिक साथियों ने भी कहा, इंडिया इज नाउ ऑन द मून। आज हम अंतरिक्ष में नए भारत की नई उड़ान के साक्षी बने हैं। साथियों, मैं इस समय ब्रिक्स समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए दक्षिण अफ्रीका अपने देशवासियों के साथ, अपने परिवारजनों के साथ इस उमंग और उल्लास से जुड़ा हुआ हूं। मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका। अब आज के बाद से चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे, कथानक भी बदल जाएंगे और नई पीढ़ी के लिए कहावतें भी बदल जाएगी। भारत में तो हम सभी लोग धरती को मां कहते हैं और चांद को मामा बुलाते हैं। कभी कहा जाता था, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे, चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं। Friends, on this joyous occasion, I would like to address all the people of the world, the people of every country and region. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. This is a year in which the world is witnessing India's G20 presidency. Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach, all countries in the world, including those from the global south, are capable of achieving such feats. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान की ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी। हम हमारे सौर मंडल की सीमाओं का सामर्थ्य परखेंगे और मानव के लिए ब्रह्मांड की अनेक संभावनाओं को साकार करने के लिए भी जरूर काम करेंगे। हमने भविष्य के लिए कई बड़े और महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। जल्द ही सूर्य के विस्तृत अध्ययन के लिए इसरो आदित्य L1 मिशन लॉन्च करने जा रहा है। इसके बाद शुक्र भी इसरो के लक्ष्यों में से एक है। गगनयान के जरिए देश अपने पहले ह्यूमन स्पेस फ्लाइट मिशन के लिए भी पूरी तैयारी के साथ जुटा है। भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी देश के उज्जवल भविष्य का आधार है। इसलिए आज के इस दिन को देश हमेशा हमेशा के लिए याद रखेगा। यह दिन हम सभी को एक उज्जवल भविष्य की ओर बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा। ये दिन हमें अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि का रास्ता दिखाएगा। ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है। एक बार फिर देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और भविष्य के मिशन के लिए ढेरों शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Adharaniya Pradhan Mantri ji, for being part of our journey to this success. And let me take this opportunity to thank the people behind this mission, the project director of Chandrayaan 3. He is here. Veera Muthuvel, congratulations to you. The associate project director, Kalpana, and the mission operations director, Srikanth. And the satellite was built at your house satellite center, Shankar and the director. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Go to the near to the south pole of the moon. I take this opportunity to thank navigation, guidance and control team, propulsion team, sensors team and all the mainframe subsystems team who have brought success to this mission. I also take the opportunity to thank the Critical Operations Review Committee for thoroughly reviewing the mission operations right from launch till this date. The target was on spot because of the review process. I also thank the ISRO higher management, right from Chairman ISRO, Director URSC and all the center directors and higher ISRO officials. And finally, my thanks to the Chandrayaan 3 project executives spread across the ISRO centers. Thank you.
Mission Director Srikanth.
It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of Chandrayaan 3 and acting as Mission Director. I would like to thank each and every team member who has supported in carrying out all the mission operations flawlessly, and I would like to thank my senior management, Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, my senior colleagues and my team members for carrying out and supporting all the things carrying out in a proper way. Thank you very much.
Associate Project Director Kalpana.
Good evening to all. This will remain the most memorable and the happiest moment for all of us, for our team Chandrayaan 3. We have achieved our goal flawlessly. From the day we started rebuilding our spacecraft after Chandrayaan 2 experience, it has been breathe in, breathe out Chandrayaan 3 for our team. And starting from the reconfiguration to all the special tests and the simulations we have conducted meticulously, and this has been possible only because of our immense effort from our Chandrayaan 3 team, and of course with the guidance from our chairman ISRO, our directors and all our experts. With all this, it has been possible. Thank you one and all. Thank you for all the minutest help which has been provided from all the areas of departments. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Chandrayaan 3 is a result of the work done by thousands of scientists, engineers, our staff and industries and support team across ISRO and other places, other institutions. And Shankaran has been the lead of the center which integrated all of these efforts in the last so many years. So I request him to speak on behalf of all of you.
Thank you very much for the affection that has been displayed today now. Today, we have achieved what we set out to achieve in 2019. It was delayed by about 4 years, but we have done it. When Chandrayaan 3 was launched, they have been living, sleeping, eating, breathing Chandrayaan for the last 4 years. They have been supported by such a large number of people, particularly in the navigation, guidance and control area, propulsion system. This area, the amount of effort that has been put by people, the number of simulations that have been done, the number of reviews they have gone through, the amount of criticism they faced and overcome that, it is as a person who has been watching this for the last 4 years along with them, my heart goes out for them. The amount of effort is tremendous. That is what ISRO is all about. That is what our organization has taught us to do. Now today this success has put us even more higher responsibility, as the Honorable Prime Minister was telling, because we have set the bar now so high. Nothing less spectacular than this is going to be inspiring for any of us in the future. So as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, we will be now looking at putting the man in space, putting a spacecraft around Venus and landing a craft in Mars. Work on all these activities are going on for a few years, and this success today will inspire us and will spur us to take those efforts even more strongly, so that we will make our country proud again and again and again. Thank you very much for every one of you who have directly or indirectly participated in this mission, encouraged us, intentionally or unintentionally helped us in all for every one of you. A big thank you, because even casual remark, an unintended point can help a person who is striving to reach a goal. The person who is making that remark may not have meant it that way, but sometimes it can ignite that's why I said that even unintended help is very, very, very welcome, and we are very, very thankful for that. Thank you, Team ISRO, for supporting all of us. The amount of affection we received when this mission came into this final stage, the number of people who gave us confidence that nothing can go wrong and this is going to be successful, in fact, I was not that much confident because we have seen a couple of times issues, because I know very well as a person who has been doing in this domain for 36 years, I know there are thousands of things. Any of that can anytime go wrong and derail. But so many of the people, because that I only see as the reflection of the effort we have put, that people are so happy to see this effort and they want us to succeed. It is not that they know that we are going to succeed. The people want us to succeed. So thank you very much for everyone for your love and affection. We will continue to do our best and make our flag fly, ISRO's as well as India's flag fly high. Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. So thanks are to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I think that's a great word of comfort that we are receiving for pursuing the inspirational work that we are doing for the nation. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years. I want to specifically thank some senior people who have been standing with us, especially the name of Kiran Kumar sir and Mr. Kamalakar, Sri Koteshwar Rao. They have been helping so much. They were part of the team to help them to get the confidence and get the reviews done to ensure that nothing goes with any mistakes. And of course, this is not the work of us alone. This is a work of a generation of ISRO leadership and ISRO scientists. And this is a journey we started in Chandrayaan 1, continued in Chandrayaan 2, and Chandrayaan 2 craft is still working and doing a lot of communication work with us. And all the team that contributed to building Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2 should be remembered and thanked while we celebrate Chandrayaan 3. And this is an incremental progress and definitely a great, huge one it is. And thank you so much for all the support and work that you have done. Thank you.
Well, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. India is on the moon. The Vikram lander has touched down successfully on the surface of the moon. It is a remarkable day for the Indian Space Research Organization. The celebrations you're seeing are taking place at Mission Control of ISRO, but I can tell you the celebrations are far and wide. My friend Pallav Bagla with me in the studio, and he's been celebrating. We are not done quite with the mission as yet. The Pragyan rover is going to roll out. In case you are wondering about the rover, that will take a couple of hours before it comes out. Space dust has to actually clear before the rover rolls out. But I think in terms of the mission itself and from the telemetry that we were seeing on our screens and the trajectory of the Vikram lander, it doesn't get, up till now, more perfect than this.
Oh,
it was just
was
right
just
on.
Perfect. From July 14th to today, it has been an incredible journey for Chandrayaan 3. All lessons which were learned from Chandrayaan 2 incorporated and a flawless mission executed. India's flag on the moon, first country to go nearer the south pole of the moon. What an amazing achievement. The fourth country to have a soft landing on the moon, and this is coming soon after a debacle by Russia.
Yeah.
Indians did not get derailed. They continued the journey with the strength and confidence, and that confidence paid off. What a flawless journey it has been. And today I can say India's flag is on the moon. The Vikram lander carries our flag, and it's a glorious moment for India, and it's a glorious moment for the world, because for the first time you will get elemental composition of the surface of the moon nearer the South Pole. All the lunar scientists across the globe have been waiting for this for a very, very long time. These celebrations in the mission operations complex of ISRO are amazing. But the strength of that feeling which you see there is just that they are happiness personified. 4 years they have worked hard to make sure that India gets a soft touchdown near the South Pole of the moon, and India has done it.
Absolutely fantastic. Let's get a couple of quick reactions. General A.K. Bhatt, Director General of the Indian Space Association, joins us at the stage. General Bhatt, your first thoughts on this remarkable achievement?
Oh yes, what a proud moment. It couldn't have been a better day. It's a historical occasion for our space journey, which of course for the last 60 years, ISRO has done an excellent job, and in the future also they will continue doing it. We are so proud of what ISRO has again achieved for us, and we thank them for that.
Ratan Srivastav, what I found absolutely unbelievable is that it was absolutely flawless. There wasn't any glitch. It worked with great precision, the speeds to reduce the horizontal flight of the Vikram lander, the vertical speed of the lander, the moment at about 150 meters when it went into stationary flight. And I think there may have been a small correction as well, which the guidance system on board ensured to see to it that it touched down flawlessly. This was artificial intelligence. It was very detailed programming. It was the Vikram lander in the final phase which did it all by itself.
Absolutely, Vishnu, you are absolutely correct. And this is so much triumph of engineering and algorithms, software, artificial intelligence, onboard computers who have made this automated landing possible. I think ISRO's whole focus was to work on the redundancies that had to be built in the system to ensure that the problems that we had faced in the Chandrayaan 2 landing do not happen again. And as we are probably aware, that it was made in such a manner that in case it is not able to land at the designated area, there was a large area, 4 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers, where it could find an alternate landing space based upon what the cameras were telling them. And based upon that, as you must have seen when the in the penultimate moments, there was a little deviation from the path, but then the cameras were able to do their job, the algorithm did its job, and it did its soft landing. What Palla was saying, 20 minutes of terror led to at least the cheer that we have all seen and goosebumps.
Was there a deviation? That's interesting that you picked that up. Or could it in fact be a little bit of a course correction because the software on board picks the spot that they want to land? If there's a boulder, a crater, or some sort of an obstruction, it avoids that. Do you believe that that kicked in the last few moments?
That did, Vishnu. If you see carefully the way it was hovering around towards the end in the last few seconds, it moved a bit. If you've seen, and if you've seen also the graphics on the ISRO screen, you must have seen there was a little deviation from where it was going and where it actually landed at the end. So there was a very minor deviation, but the onboard computers were able to take care of that and was able to soft land the way it was designed to soft land. As I said, Mr. Somnath, the chairman of ISRO, has been focused on saying that they are working on redundancies to make sure that all that could go wrong may go wrong and still to land. This is the statement that he had made, and I think he has stuck true to that statement.
General, let me ask you this question, General Bhatt. This gives India and ISRO a great deal of confidence, right, for future missions. We've got lots of plans. But this was a key technology hurdle that India needed to cross. The ability to soft land on the surface of a moon. It paves the way for attempting a soft landing, who knows, on Mars in the future.
Oh, definitely, it's a very major step. And as you would have heard, and all the things which were going on, this landing in the last 20 minutes were very critical. There were so many variables which had to be handled, and they were being handled by the lander itself because of its algorithms, because of its AI, because of the correction mechanisms which were there. And kudos for that we have achieved this. And this is definitely a major milestone for definitely if we want to try landing into Mars or the planets, and maybe sometime in future, human landing on the moon.
I think it's interesting what Pallav ISRO tweeted. They've had some nice tweets. Chandrayaan 3 mission, India. I reached my destination and you too. Chandrayaan 3 has successfully soft landed on the moon. So what happens next? Because, you know, in as much as we are celebrating, I think we need to talk about what happens next. What happens next, Pallav?
Oh, very straightforward. Now that the flag of India is on the moon surface, Vikram lander has avoided the hazards and safely landed on 4 legs. That's what we can say because ISRO chairman announced that. Now they are going to let the dust which has been raked up near the Vikram lander, which is called the regolith on the moon, for it to move away. And hopefully in a few hours we will see that the Pragyan rover, the ramp will open up and the Vikram landers will give the Pragyan rover out onto the moon surface. So the Pragyan rover, when it rolls out, that would be a glorious moment for India, because a soft landing is one, and then to have a rover on the moon nearer the South Pole, oh, amazing moment for India. And we will have to wait for a few hours for that, and then to get the pictures back. In between, I'm hoping we should be able to get the live streaming video as Vikram was going down. I'm sure ISRO is getting the feed from various deep space networks, and we should get that feed very soon.
You know, we actually saw on ISRO screens the video of the landing. So there was no pause, delay as they analyzed data. Has it happened? Has it not happened? We knew right away. They started clapping because they saw it on their screens.
That is the radio signals which was coming
back.
No,
even the video. Even the video, Pallav, on the screen next to it, there was video as well. And we'll see a lot more of that video. Let's go across to Sam Daniel. Sam, you're at ISRO, huge celebrations over there, I'm sure. Give us an idea of what's happening in Chennai.
Vishnu, there is celebration at the Ispani Center where the Space Kids team organized a live watching of the landing. And here you see a big cake being cut and given to all the children as mark of celebration here. A cake in the form of Chandrayaan. Of course, now it's a lot over now, but all these children are enjoying. Let's speak to some children here. When you saw the Chandrayaan making its soft landing, what ran in your mind?
I feel very proud that our Chandrayaan 3 mission is successfully landed on the moon. It's proud and emotionally proud to our India. And I feel that I will also become a scientist and I will make a huge mission that will benefit to all India, and it's our India get to a high position. Okay. This is the fourth. Our India is the 4th place on launching the satellite on the moon. I think that India should launch many satellites to moon, and it will be the first place on the launching satellites.
Okay. What would this mean for India?
This will get India proud, and the peoples will get beneficial about the Chandrayaan. I remember the sound which is that Chandrayaan 2 is completely failed.
Are you now waiting to see the rover coming out?
Yeah, yes sir. I'm just waiting for the rover. The baby from the mother was coming out. I'm so interested to see that.
And to see the selfies.
Yeah.
Right. Let's also speak to some parents who have been watching it live. What would this mean for India?
It is a very proud moment for every citizen. And the one thing which we learned from Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3 is it is not a failure. It is a hope. Don't lose a hope in your life anytime. It is a big lesson for any kid and every parent.
Very few countries have this kind of successful, huge, big technology to be able to make the soft landing. What will this mean in that sense?
It's a huge and proud moment, and technologically speaking, I think it puts a slap on the face of people who say that India cannot is far behind on a space exploration mission. And having a rover landing on the surface of the moon, especially on the southern side, means a lot to the world. And
you've come prepared with a song. You've tuned a popular number to celebrate Chandrayaan's soft landing.
Raja has everything on his packet, like Chandrayaan vaanathu mele. ലാൻഡാനത് മൂന്നുക്ക് മേലെ കൊണ്ടാടുത് തേടുത് ഒന്ന ഒയ്യാഹോയ് അത് എന്നാഹോ.
Ilayaraja would never have expected this song would be the celebration song for Chandrayaan soft landing. Let's also speak to Srimati, who runs the startup Space Kids, which encourages children to do research in the spirit of space. A proud moment for India?
Oh my, glorious moment, not a proud moment, glorious moment I should say. It's
for children, what does it
historic. For children, it's the beginning, I would say. Today we have ignited a spark in them. Nothing, this is beyond textbooks, because nothing is, you get from studying from textbooks. You need to see to understand. So this is a great impact and impression that is made in their minds.
Thank you so much, Sri. And now people can't wait to watch that rover Pragyan coming out of Vikram Vishnu.
Thanks very much, Sam. We're going to go straight across to my colleague Pratibha Raman at the Mission Control Center in Bengaluru. Give us an idea, Pratibha, of what's happening.
Well, just minutes before the entire place was resounding with a lot of applause, hooting, whistling, everybody celebrating this extremely proud moment for the country for two reasons. One, India being one of the first countries to explore the South Pole, which is one of the uncharted territories, and number two, being the fourth in the world to master the technology of soft moon landing. And what you see right now is the chairman of ISRO, who is addressing the audience. A lot of people who have been working day and night at ISRO are all gathered here. In fact, a celebratory dinner that has also been organized.
The chairman of ISRO speaking. Let's listen in.
An unsuccessful attempt to soft land has really helped us in perfecting the methodology, and also to have large number of experiments, tests to prove the process of landing. And it has paid dividends today. And we had a very soft landing, and it actually achieved most of the nominal conditions for the landing, including the velocity of touchdown. In fact, I didn't get it exactly. Possibly my team will be able to tell them. The velocity was far less than 2 meters per second. It actually gives us a lot of confidence that the health of the craft will be very good. And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3. And as Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, it is not Chandrayaan 3 alone, it is for future scientific exploratory missions. This is the beginning of a golden era. That is a message I get from what our Prime Minister told. So we are looking for launch of Aditya L1 now next month, and also the launches of many other science missions, including the mission for the human spaceflight as well. So thanking each one of you for your support. And I cannot tell you the type of that excitement that is created in the whole of India. Every school child, every school, every village, every mohalla is excited by the showcasing of this landing videos and broadcast. And all of them are praying, having a lot of pujas and homas and other methods of prayers suitable for each one of them for the success of this mission. And I want to thank each one of you for your excitement, your love for the nation, and for whatever we achieved today. It's all dedicated to yourself and for your courage and strength to support us. Thank you so much. ISRO is planning many missions in the coming days. Our immediate mission is Aditya L1. And Aditya L1 spacecraft is a mission to study the sun, especially the corona of the sun, the processes that take place. The satellite is called Aditya L1. It's already integrated and it has moved to Sriharikota, and possibly it will be integrated with the rocket maybe today, tomorrow. And we are planning to have a launch on the first week of September. Everything is going as per plan. And after the launch, and this launch will go to an elliptical orbit, and from that it will travel to the Lagrangian L1 point, which will take almost 120 days plus. It will be placed in that orbit, and it will do continuous observation of sun unobstructed by the sun, moon or earth. So that is what we are trying to do. There are 7 instruments on board Aditya L1. Now let me complete some more of the missions. The next mission which we are trying to do is the Gaganyaan abort mission demonstration using a test vehicle. For this also the preparations are very well going on. We are targeting to have it on in the end of September or possibly first week of October. So everything is going as per plan. After that we have a GSLV mission for INSAT 3DS, the weather forecasting mission. We also have a mission in PSLV which is scheduled now. And we also have to have the SSLV D3 mission, which is the third development flight of SSLV. So this much is for a short time of next 3 months. And further years I should not announce at this moment because we are working very hard to achieve those targets. Thank you so much. अगले 14 दिन में हमारे ये रोवर है ना, विक्रम लैंडर की हेल्थ कंडीशंस हमको चेक करना है. इसके बाद the Pragyan rover will come out. Pragyan rover will come out in next maybe a few hours. Sometimes it may take 1 day as well, depending upon the conditions. Then each of the instruments will be deployed. There are many instruments. There is an instrument called Rembha, which will be deploying to study the geophysical parameters of the regolith. Then there is an ILSA which will measure the seismic activity. Then there is, Rembha is going to measure the atmosphere, the charged atmosphere of the moon. And there is a Chaste which is going to pierce on the surface of the moon and then measure the thermophysical properties of the regolith. Then we have a ILSA payload which will be lowered from the moon. Craft, that is Vikram, it will be lowered using some ropes. It will touch the surface and measure the seismic activity on the moon. And once the Pragyan rover comes out, there will be 2 important experiments. And both of them are linked with the elemental composition and chemical composition of the surface of the moon. The first experiment will be using a laser beam. We will send a laser beam from the rover on the material. It will fuse it, and then it will generate some spectroscopic information which will identify elements there. Another experiment is related to an alpha particle which will be emitted by the radioactive material sitting there, and that will generate certain X-ray fluorescence on the surface, and that will be measured to find out the chemical composition. So these are the main experiments that are on board Chandrayaan 3 now. Shall I answer in English? Okay, so see the most difficult part of the mission is to launch itself. See the GSLV Mark 3, you should not forget that GSLV Mark 3, LVM3 has done the job of putting it in the right orbit very first time. It went to 36,500 kilometers. From that, we did all that up to translunar injection. It worked very well and captured on the moon. So the first critical event is the launch. The second critical event is called the landing and capturing on the moon. If you miss it by your calculation, then it's gone. We cannot retrieve it and there is no mission. So this is the second critical mission. The third critical thing is called this separation of the lander and the orbiter, which happened at the appropriate time. This is again after so many days of spending in orbit, the mechanism has to work without any problem. So it worked very well. And the last critical moment is, of course, that you have watched along with us. That's it. I'll take it. You. Okay, success of Chandrayaan 3 meaning for the future exploration. I think it's all clear to you. I don't have to tell. Say when it is such a tough journey for going to moon and landing, soft landing, which is very difficult for any nation to achieve today, even with the advancement of technology, and we achieving it in just two missions. The first mission had a narrow miss, and now we achieved it so perfectly. It gives confidence to configure missions to not only going to moon, going to Mars, sometimes land on the Mars, maybe in the future going to Venus and other planets, and also sometimes go beyond asteroids and others. We should think about it. I think you should all support us to plan such missions with a very, very cost-effective mission. Nobody in the world can ever do like this what we do, and nobody will be able to succeed maybe in the minimum most attempts. So I request each one of your support, encouragement. The whole of the nation should be behind us to do this. मुश्किल था. So we went through. Sir. We went through a lot of pain, a lot of agony. I must tell you, the people behind Chandrayaan 2 are still there. They are part of the Chandrayaan 3 team. I think none of them you know today, but the project director of the Chandrayaan 2 is a senior reviewer of Chandrayaan 3, and most of the people who are in Chandrayaan 2 are with us, helping us to do the Chandrayaan 3. So they are part of this. And they have gone through such an agony of understanding what went wrong. It went about almost a year of thrashing them to find out and looking at the data so much. And the whole of this team, I don't think they would have slept very well in the last so many years. I think the credit goes to those people who have spent enough amount of time, but equal amount of time has been spent by our seniors, some of the retired colleagues who sat with them to find out how it can be improved this time. So my salutations to all such people those are unsung heroes today. They are not in the seat, but my congratulations to all such people.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Sir, here. Hello, sir.
See, Honorable Prime Minister was kind enough to call me, and he connected my name to the Chandrayaan mission. Of course, I am very proud of that. And and he conveyed his greetings to all the scientists in ISRO for the wonderful work they did. Naturally, all of us are proud of that, as I mentioned earlier. And he is very clear about the long-term vision. He wants to make sure that we remain very, very dominant in the area of space exploration and science. It's important for the nation. He is so clear about the Amrit Kal when he was put forth. And we have presented him these ideas and concepts, and I'm very hopeful that he will be supporting us to continue these missions, exploratory missions, science missions, in addition to what is important for societal and commercial needs. Thank you. See, she is asking about the cost effectiveness of this mission, and I think I don't want to explain all the secrets, because if I tell the secrets, others will learn and they will become very cost effective.
Sir.
See, ISRO already strong.
Sir.
It will be.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Rajiv Mishra, sir, hello. Sir, Rajiv, sir, sir, here, sir, here. Sir, here.
See, we must also thank, I think there is a question on who all helped us to achieve this mission. And we must thank all those nations which came forth to help us in Chandrayaan 3 mission. We had support from USA, the NASA, the support from ESA, as well as our colleagues in other scientific organizations in this country. Especially the support came in form of ground stations, the tracking support. You know, from India alone, you cannot see the Chandrayaan 3 all the time. We need other ground stations. One in Australia helped us in Canberra, one in New Narsia helped us, one in UK helped us, and another in NASA's control. And all these ground stations were beaming the data to us, and we were able to get a lot of information, real-time information, and command uplink. Everything happened because of this. The second help came from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of NASA, JPL, and they were also estimating the position of the Chandrayaan 3 very accurately using their technology and passing on the information to us, which gave us confidence to work on the mission design, trajectory design of the final phase of the mission. So thanks to all of them for their support.
Sir, सबसे पहले sir राजीव मिश्रा here, sir here, sir here.
No, I wish to hand it over to my teammates.
Sir.
You can ask them the question.
Sir.
Please, one by one. Please, don't come.
सोमनाथ सर
एक मिनट कर देंगे नहीं कंफर्टेबली नहीं आप लोगों के लिए है कर देंगे
सोमनाथ सर सवाल सर सोमनाथ सर
प्लीज मिशन डायरेक्टर to come please wait please patience we definitely will give
sir सोमनाथ सर
definitely video photo don't restless
sir here sir मेरे दो सवाल है सर मेरे दो सवाल
Now there is a question to me. There is a question to me about the technology strength of what we have done, and I must also tell you that the technology that we have in Chandrayaan-3 is no far less complex or inferior to any other technology that goes to the moon. So we have the best of the sensors of the world, the best in the class in the Chandrayaan-3. And I can tell you one story of Chandrayaan-2 to Chandrayaan-3. There is an instrument called the laser Doppler velocimeter was added in Chandrayaan-3, which was developed by one of the laboratory of ISRO. And this is a world-class instrument capable of measuring the velocity. And our cameras, which are put on board, developed by Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, gave those beautiful pictures from the moon. And the inertial system package, which measures the orientation velocity made by the ISRO Inertial System Center. And our rockets are one of the best that put it in the right orbit. And we will have engines and liquid propulsion made in India by LPSC, the Liquid Propulsion Center of ISRO. So it's a made in India craft. So the capability that we have today is as good as anybody.
Sir, Somnath sir, यहाँ पे sir यहाँ पे.
Now we'll take some photos. Okay.
Sir, Somnath sir.
One second.
Sir.
What a glorious photo opportunity, and for the scientists of ISRO, take a bow, Mr. Pallav Bagla. This is such a great moment.
Absolutely. What a glorious moment.
And you know, we were just discussing just a short while ago, they never looked tense or a little concerned all through yesterday or day before or even today.
No, the confidence...
Even if they must have been, this feeling must have been seething inside. What will happen, we don't know.
No, the confidence level was very high. See, after I called it the 20 minutes of terror, the chairman, Mr. Somnath, came back to me and said, Pallav, I am not feeling terrorized. We have done what we could. Known unknowns have been taken care of. And rest, we will see how it goes. And their confidence exuded as the mission unfolded flawlessly. And we should go back. The mission started on 14th of July. It is a marathon. And it has done flawlessly and gone off exactly as ISRO had planned. Lessons learned from Chandrayaan-2, executed beautifully by the team and performed to perfection.
You think the reason why this time there was so much confidence because ISRO was able to eliminate the fear of the unknown by working on all possibilities?
See, what happened last time was the error margins were much lower. So when the spacecraft went into a tumble, the algorithm could not control it. This time they went into what is called 6 sigma bounds. 6 sigma is a huge margin of error to be accommodated and that the algorithm could figure out. I don't think they needed to do very much except at the last stage where the hazard avoidance camera avoided a boulder or something before it came down, and it was perfectly made for that.
I'm going to come back to you. There's so much to talk about this this day. We're going to take a short break at this moment. Be back with a lot more. Our non-stop coverage of this celebration, this massive achievement of the ISRO scientists, and make no mistake, of this country. Look at the people of this country. So excited. They have good reason to be this excited. Back in a moment.
In a world filled with noise,
We bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
How has India shaped the G20? And how is the president...
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
From the Secretary Department of Space and Chair.
What a proud moment this. Hello and welcome to this special broadcast. Over the next 60 minutes, we here on NDTV are going to overuse the word proud and pride for a very good reason. Because this is one such moment where we have to celebrate what has happened. Celebrate the achievements of the scientists of ISRO. Celebrate the achievements of that machine which did us all proud. The Vikram lander, and now in just a short moment, the Pragyan rover. I have with me Mr. Pallav Bagla, who has been with us through this journey, this amazing journey, from discussing 15 minutes of terror to 20 minutes of terror to great confidence, and then huge and massive smiles that are totally worth it. Today is the day for these scientists, for that beautiful piece of machinery which has been created by these scientists, which is doing an entire nation proud.
Absolutely. 1.4 billion Indians rose up in a single voice of cheer. If the sound could have been heard, I'm sure it would have gone all the way to Vikram lander on the moon. How the country was cheering, how the country was praying before that. Finally, to be able to soft land nearer the south pole of the moon and become the first country. Look who else we have beaten.
Russia.
Russia, USSR. America, China. China has had 3 consecutively successful soft landings on the moon. Only one in the 21st century to do that.
Yeah.
India. Now we are in the same big league. We were always good at end-to-end space technology, but today we can definitely say, with the frugal resources to be able to pull off a mission like Chandrayaan 3. Let me give you some numbers here.
Yeah.
Chandrayaan 3 has cost less than 700 crores. Now, a single Boeing 737-800 plane
Yeah.
today costs more than that.
Yeah.
And look at that. Air India has ordered more than 400 of those Boeing, of these planes.
Yeah.
How much, let's do another comparison. It has cost $75 million. It is less than the cost of the making of the Hollywood blockbuster Oppenheimer.
That is true. That is
Oppenheimer has cost about $100 million.
Yeah.
And today for India, it is a moment which is bigger than the moment of the Manhattan Project for America.
Absolutely.
Manhattan Project was making weapons of mass destruction. And what is Chandrayaan 3's Vikram lander doing?
Furthering our intelligence.
It is sending a message to the world what you can do with peaceful use to explore nearer the south pole of the moon. Sooner than later, maybe not in my lifetime, or sooner maybe, we will have a permanent habitation on the moon. And when that happens, in golden letters it will be written that Chandrayaan 1 mission found the presence of water on the moon, and then Chandrayaan 3 mission with Vikram lander reached nearer the south pole of the moon. And remember, Vikram lander is named after the founder of India's space program, Vikram Sarabhai. Somewhere above, he must be smiling broadly that
I'm
we
feeling
have
so
reached
proud of this day.
successfully.
You know, this point that you made about the Hollywood hit, you mentioned Oppenheimer. Let me mention another blockbuster, Hollywood blockbuster, Barbie, which is double the cost of this mission, and yet it has happened. Again, they serve 2 totally different purposes, but I repeat the word pride and proud. And a very proud NDTV associate of mine, Pratibha, is now at the ISRO Tracking Center. Thank you very much. Sam Daniel is also with us, another proud member of the NDTV family today, with other Indians feeling this sense of pride. Pratibha, let's begin with you first. Can you tell us, or perhaps speak to the people around you, as to what they were feeling about this mission? Because at the ISRO Center, there was great amount of confidence mixed and bundled with certain amount of goosebumps. And at the end, it all was worth it.
I mean, you couldn't have put it really better than that, because we have with us the directors. It takes a village to actually ensure that India achieves this extremely proud and glorious moment. And I have with me directors from different space centers here. Let me go to Mr. Rajarajan first. Sir, he is the man who launched the vehicle. So I'm sure you had a lot of anxious moments before, heading towards this success story and scripting it.
Yeah, definitely. These are all exciting moments. Lot of lesson learning from Chandrayaan 2, and so many simulation tests and on the ground, like integrated hot test, cold test, and do all this algorithm, break it sure, the configuration, reconfiguring, and whether anything to be done, and all those things will be done. And when everything comes into a synchronized manner of thousands of things, comes in a synchronized manner, it gives a goosebumps to any of them. So even if you so confident that we have done so many, but it gives you a lot of excitement when it is really culminating and making it a successful soft landing on moon.
Another unsung hero is Mr. Nilesh Desai. Sir, what were the greatest learnings from Chandrayaan 2, which has been learnt and unlearnt with respect to Chandrayaan 3?
Yeah, so it was a great learning experience. So after the failure of Chandrayaan 2 soft landing, all of us put together our brains and worked towards the hazard detection and avoidance scheme, because that has to be the major brain behind soft landing and safe landing. So for that, especially our Space Application Center at Ahmedabad, which is working on the development of various sensors and this processing system. So we worked out, reconfigured the whole system. In fact, we have, in totality, in the total lander configuration, we have made around 21 changes. It is not that everywhere there was some mistakes or some deficiencies, but we try to make it all more robust and rugged. And that way we improved the whole configuration. And this time the emphasis was more on testing. So we carried out a lot of rigorous testing in lab. Of course, we do the testing. Then we did very great field trials. We had drone tests. We did testing on helicopter. We did testing with aircraft.
I understand there were several simulations that were also put in place. But then, what is this? What does this really mean for India? I have with me Mr. Unnikrishnan from Vikram Bhai Space Center.
Yeah. So this is the vehicle LVM-3 that has launched the Chandrayaan in July, and today it has come and landed. It's a great achievement for a country as well as for the scientific community. First of all, we have demonstrated flawlessly that we can execute such a mission that can take off from here and travel 3.8 lakh kilometers and then precisely land on moon where we wanted, and that too a place on in the south pole of moon, which no other country has got. So that way it is an end-to-end perfectly executed mission that has almost followed the nominal path, and the landing was very, very soft.
And it's still not crescendo yet. I have with me Mr. Padma Kumar, another unsung hero. So what can we expect next? Will the rover really be removed from the Vikram lander?
Typically, it may take around 5 hours to prepare the ramps in such a way that the rover will be able to come down safely. And we expect that around 5 to 5.5 hours later, rover will be able to land on the surface. So that's the timeline that we have now.
Right. A few hours from now, we will be heading towards the next glorious moment, and this will really open the door for many more scientific missions, especially with evidence found of water as well as ice on the craters of the southern pole of this moon. Back to you.
Can you please speak to more of these moon stars? Because we want to hear the voices. We want to hear the voices of these people, the unsung heroes behind Chandrayaan 3. We want to hear more from them, please.
Yes, we want to really hear more from, different people who have actually made this mission a success. A little more from your end, sir, if you can throw a little more light on, the different kinds of challenges that you faced mainly with respect to this, and how long did you take to ensure that that India scripts history?
See, first of all, this Chandrayaan 3 is the heaviest payload that is taken to orbit by the LVM-3, and that too, LVM-3, we had 2 commercial missions for the OneWeb. So making a third vehicle and then making it ready was first challenge for meeting the slot, because if we miss the slot, then we have to wait another year. So that is with respect to launching, and then ensure that all adequate care is taken to ensure that the Chandrayaan is launched into the required orbit with the specifications, meeting all the specifications. So that is the beginning of these missions. Second is, after once that is done, second objective is we are gradually raising the orbit and leaving the Earth's gravity field, and then get into a translunar injection, and then it is getting captured. So it's a mission-wise, it's a very intricate and tricky, which we have done before, but then it is again, whenever you do, there is risk. But then subsequently, once the vehicle is added velocity, then we are always, the onboard propulsion is killing the velocity, reducing the velocity, because we don't require that much velocity to orbit around the moon. So today also, from 1.6 kilometers per second, we have been reducing the velocity by firing the thrusters and then making it land with 1 meter per second. So that is the type of challenge involved. And the moon, there is no atmosphere. When a vehicle re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, 99% of the energy is killed by aerobraking. There we don't have, it is actually absolutely, it is vacuum. So the entire braking has to be done by the thrusters, and that too by throttling the thrusters. So it is very tricky to synchronize 4 thrusters in throttled condition. That means you are reducing the thrust and ensure that it is not having very high rates, and then making it land vertically. So it's a mission-wise, it's very exciting, and we have done it. And we have done it in such a way that it has gone through the path the way we wanted and has landed very smoothly.
Also, when it comes to rough landing in the southern pole, I mean, how do you ensure that the Vikram lander lands as smooth enough, considering the many craters that are found on moon's surface?
Yeah, the one point is to select the right landing site. Chandrayaan 2 orbiter had a very good camera, OHR, which is still working. With the help of that camera, we have actually had a very good map of the moon surface now. Around some 30 centimeter resolution maps are there. With that, we were able to identify an area which is generally devoid of much of the craters and the ups and downs. So more or less an even area that we were able to find out. And that area was really targeted in this mission. And we have on board itself, we have a system which actually looks at where we are going to exactly land. And if it contains more unevenness, we have a strategy to sidestep and do the landing. And that was done. So with these two strategies, we were able to ensure that we are landing on a very smooth surface with the least amount of trouble.
So it looks like a lot of strategies that were really worked out and put in place to ensure that India sees this glorious moment well. It is still the first step forward. A lot that depends on.
Yes, Pratibha, is it possible to ask the scientists on the next big expectations that the world will have, that we have, from the beautiful machines called the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover?
Well, there is a question that is come in. So what are the expectations? So this is over. What next can we expect, especially from the Vikram lander as well as the Pragyan rover?
See, the next important step is opening the ramp and then bring out the rover. So the rover can move autonomously, and it has got a camera, it has got payload. It will do experiment at different places on the surface of moon. It can experiment in the sense that it can penetrate the surface of moon. And there are payloads on the lander also. It is doing measurement of the atmosphere, and it is there is a probe which will get into the regolith and measure the temperature and find out what is the type of thermal characteristics. We need to know what is behind the regolith. So these are all important data, and on the propulsion module which is orbiting, there is a payload called Shape which will look at Earth and get the signature of Earth. So when you look at a planet where life is there from a distance, you get a signature. This signature we can use for finding out exoplanet's future when you look at something and compare the signature. So there are very many experiments. All this experiment data will be available to the public, I mean those who are scientists and others, and then we will do the analysis and we'll come out with exciting, let us hope for exciting data discoveries from this data. So
how do you plan to celebrate?
Yeah, celebration is with more work, because the work gives us the best hype.
Right. Celebration.
Next week, next month, we have the mission to Sun, Aditya. So we are going to change our focus and work for that. And beyond that, we have missions like Gaganyaan and all. So there are exciting works ahead. So we work more.
India is now over the moon, but then yes, next we expect over the sun. That is exactly what the scientists here have to say. Back to you.
Well, an incredible day for India. Joining us now, the Minister Jitendra Singh. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. I noticed that you were intently watching every single moment of what was happening. What does this mean for India?
No, I think it has evidently proved that India is not only now the frontline nation as far as the space sector is concerned, but it's also ready to take on for the next 25 years. The Prime Minister has been saying the Amrit Kal, the ascent has started. The ascent to that pedestal has started through space. Gone are the days when India was expected to pick up cues from other countries. Now it's the other way around. And Chandrayaan, I think, is one of the best evidences of that. It was Chandrayaan 1 which picked up the evidence of water molecules being there, and now Chandrayaan 3 is going ahead further with those investigations. And it has traversed this journey through difficult terrain in the South Polar area, which is also a unique achievement in its own right. So I think now the world is evidently looking up to us. While every countryman feels proud of it, his esteem or her esteem has gone up, the rest of the world is looking up to us for vital cues, vital inferences coming over.
Mr. Singh, I think one of the finest aspects of this mission, and I was watching it so very closely indeed, is that it went off flawlessly. From the moment we launched to the moment we landed,
I
it is
can't
gone.
hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Sorry, so I can't.
Is it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think one of the nicest parts of this mission is that it has been 100% flawless. If you saw the landing today, it was pitch perfect. It was nothing could be done differently. It was ideal.
No, sorry. There's a lot of.
I'll try once again with the audio. Can you hear?
Yeah, but it's not clear actually.
Okay, we'll fix that audio and come back to you in the next 1 or 2 minutes, sir. But I'm just going to go back to Sanket for more on this, and I'll come back to the Minister, Mr. Jitendra Singh. Over there, we'll try and get that. But in case you've just tuned in, the big story that we continue to track, the Vikram lander now on the surface of the moon. This is part 1 of the mission. The rover will be coming out in a couple of hours. We'll take a short break, come back with more.
Brought to you by.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's Mega Conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
Welcome back. Let's now quickly play out a sound reaction of the man under whose leadership India was done proud and Chandrayaan 3 happened. The chief of ISRO speaking.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. Thanks to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people in all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years.
India is now on the moon. Friends, on this joyous occasion, I would like to address all the people of the world, the people of every country and region. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach that we present and that we represent has been welcomed universally. Our moon mission is also based on the same human-centric approach. Therefore, this success belongs to all of humanity, and it will help moon missions by other countries in the future. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान के ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी.
Professor Dr. Dayashankar Kulshesh, former head of the Department of Physics and Astrophysics in the University of Delhi, is now with us. Professor Kulshesh, we all know, and I'm sure you will say the same, that this is a great moment for India. This is a great moment for any country in the world which will be able to do what the most powerful countries with the deepest of pockets have not been able to achieve, which is land successfully on the southern part of the moon. What do we hope to achieve beyond this point, and how do we help further research across the globe by doing this?
Actually, this is going to help the entire community of not only scientists, technicians, technologists, engineers, all over the different branches, you see. It is going to open a huge box of multidisciplinary action, multidisciplinary research. Here, you see, some people would be making theoretical calculations, some people would be doing computational calculations, some people would be knowing aerospace, some people would be knowing different things. Everybody can make use of his or her knowledge. That is the thing. And just now our Prime Minister had said very correctly that it's a success of the entire Earth. This belongs to everybody, to each one of us, not only in India, but all over the globe. And I'm very sure when I reach back home, I would listen, I would have many congratulatory messages from my friends outside India. And because you see, we are one community, one family, as our Prime Minister says. It's very correct. And we have always believed in this. I personally have believed in this, and we always say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This Chandrayaan mission, Chandrayaan 3, has proved it. You see, it's a success in Moon 1, in Chandrayaan 1. A very simple thing. People were not so clear what was going to happen. Moon impact probe, when we dropped a piece of 30 or 32 kilograms from a distance of 100 kilometers over the surface of Moon in 2008, October, November. You see, we were able to discover water on Moon. You see, those water vapor, just when after striking what you have in the dust. And now you see, we just wait for some short while, and then we will see the results that will be now before us. So this is a great scientific and technological success on the part of the entire community of scientists and technologists all over the world. And then now more and more scientific part would appear very soon. You see, when the rover comes out, it runs with the solar energy. Initially, it runs with the battery which was built in. But then its solar panel will start working. It's just the beginning of the day of the moon, early morning of the moon hours. We have thought it and decided it, planned it like that we just land at a time when the sun rises on this side of the moon, you see, which is supposed to be dark, but there is some sunshine. It's still, you see, and one moon day is equivalent to over 14 Earth days. And we are going to collect a lot of data during this time. It's going to be very good. In the next 14 days will tell us a huge amount of information we are going to get. This rover would be communicating with our lander. Our lander would be communicating also directly with our Bangalore, our ISRO center, but also with its other modules. And orbiter of Chandrayaan 2 is also interacting. You see, it's in the interactive phase. Actually, none of it was a failure. You see, limited success or full. This is a different matter. Our Chandrayaan 1 brought us the happy news of the discovery of water on the surface of the moon. Chandrayaan 2, it left behind. It was put there, the orbiter of Chandrayaan 2, which is now helping our lander and rover. And you see, they are in the interactive phase. They are talking to each other like we are talking to each other. They are talking to each other, and it is very well planned actually. And whatever limitations we had uh, during Chandrayaan 2 mission, those were overcome and taken care of so accurately, so meticulously, so precisely that we were rather overconfident. You see, while it was descending, I was here in the studio of Times Now Navbharat. I'm still sitting there in their guest room talking to you, and I was watching it in, I mean, minute by minute, second by second, how our Vikram lander was descending on the surface of the moon, and we all knew these calculations and these results, giving all this talking to our audience through these various important news channels. And it was just following that schedule in a very controlled, very successful manner. It was a greater of great pride. You see, you might see it on my face. I'm feeling so excited. And you see, we had this just, our Prime Minister also had it in South Africa, which he waved. And you see, we all in the studio here, it's a matter of proud for
Oh,
all
yes,
of
it's
us.
a matter of great pride.
Not only as an Indian, not only for Indians, but as just Mr. Narendra Modi has said, our Prime Minister, that it's for everybody, for the mankind. You see,
It's for everyone. Absolutely.
Milestone.
Absolutely. Professor Kulshesh, let me quickly come back to you because we also have Mr. Devanshu Poddar. He's the founder of Rocketeers and also a space scientist. Mr. Poddar, you see, it's a very interesting thing that Dr. Kulshesh mentioned right now, that we did not fail in Chandrayaan 2. It was a learning. And once you have that sort of an attitude, then you keep your mind open for what is called scientific temperament. In this mission, that is Chandrayaan 3, we were not really pessimistic, but we were largely imagining the various variables and possibilities of how everything will go wrong and thus finding its respective solution. That exercise took 4 years. So do you think that this sort of temperament is something which makes missions a success? I mean, this is what coders do, that you keep looking at the variables and ruling out the possibilities till such time that you have got a zero bug product. That's exactly the same thing followed here. Extremely scientific.
So, first of all, hello and congratulations. Congratulations to all the ISRO scientists. Congratulations to everybody who has contributed to the program. And just a phenomenal job by ISRO. It was, if you were watching the ISRO live stream closely, there was a point during the rough braking phase when the nominal values and the actual values showed up a little differently. And I personally grew very concerned. But what like that retargeting of the landing area, the way that the rover did that in real time, and it hovered at around 800 meters, and it retargeted its landing space. I think moved to a different landing space, and then just perfect. Like brilliant job by ISRO. It's phenomenal what has been accomplished, and what a great success. And yes, you are right that we were very, very cautious, and the ISRO scientists took all the measures to ensure that everything that can possibly go wrong was already accounted for, and it really laid down our path to success. But saying that we weren't pessimistic is very underwhelming. We were actually very optimistic, and we were audacious. Like, not only does Chandrayaan 3 solve and learn from Chandrayaan 2, but it goes far beyond. The kind of scientific payloads that are there on the rover, it has a spectrometer which needs to function less than 5 centimeters from its target, whatever it is trying to study. It's mounted on the front of the rover. It rotates 90 degrees, so it's then at the bottom of the rover, and it's very near to the surface. So it's able to do spectroscopy of the surface. There is a probe. There is a thermal probe that goes 10 centimeters into the surface of the moon, and does a thermal profile. This is the first time that we would have a thermal profile of the pristine soil of the moon, and and the way it changes under the impact of the sun, under the impact of, as long as we survive the lunar night. and it has a seismometer. It has this retrograde reflective payload. So how do we know that Apollo missions, Neil Armstrong and all these guys, they actually landed on the moon? They left some mirrors over there that we can bounce lasers off of, and then those lasers come back. So there is a new version of that mirror that's there on Chandrayaan 3. So by bouncing light off of that, we would be able to now confirm that the lander is over there, which is, again, amazing.
Yeah,
so,
this is all amazing. Absolutely amazing. W. Selvamurthy,
really
Scientist and Director
brilliant
General
job.
of Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation is also with us. Welcome, sir. Let me ask you this question as well. Only when we eliminated all the wrongs that could possibly happen have we reached at a situation where we have done what no other country has been able to do. I mean, only a few days ago, another mission which was attempting something similar failed. So when you rule out all the possibilities of what could possibly go wrong, that's the sort of scientific temperament you represent in front of the world.
Thank you so much. And let me also join everyone on the screen, felicitating, congratulating all those who are involved in this very important mission, Chandrayaan 3. 23rd August 2023 will be a golden milestone in the history of space science and technology for India, because we have done something unique which has not been done by any other country so far. So we have in fact assumed a leadership role today in the space science and technology by proving our technology prowessness and also the scientific acumen which led to the textbook-like the demonstration and illustration of landing on the moon, that too on a very treacherous, difficult, unexplored, dark side of the southern polar region of the moon. So we made history through our capabilities and also hard work with scientists in the Indian Space Research Organization. They commit so much and devote. So my salutations to all those, the chairman, scientists, technicians, support staff, and all partners, academic partners, industry partners, who contribute to this mission. So it is a collaborative endeavors which led to the success. I must also place on record our gratitudes to the nations which have supported this, whether it is NASA in USA or it is Russian, the former Soviet Union, Australia, and other countries who also have supported in a way to build the capacity, to build the capability. This is a moment of gratitude expression also when we are in the jubilation mode. I would like to, as a scientist, because this is the philosophy which Indian scientists, India has always cherished. I must also put on record the common man, the jubilation which started today, yesterday, the last 1 week. There is a jubilation, particularly the school children. When I saw this, tremendous joy and pleasure. And how many of these children who witnessed this whole feat would have been excited? The junoon to be a scientist and the passion for research and innovation, the imprint which it leaves is memorable, impactful on the young minds, because India is the youngest nation today. So I have tremendous hope in this young India, that the most creative and innovative phase of one's life actually starts from 15. And it actually goes only up to 30, 35. Then you build on your experience. But that is the critical phase, and that population is in India. So if we are able to harness, ignite their Kundalini Shakti, awaken the Kundalini Shakti, and express them, give them the right ecosystem, motivation, resources, they will do wonders. So Indian aspiration has gone up through this success today, that India wants to be a #1 in the world in terms of the global power as well as in terms of the scientific knowledge power. So that is why this is yet another important step towards that direction, because India has always thought of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. We want everyone to be happy and healthy. And whatever we do, it is for the benefit of the humankind. So if the success is today, 7 billion people have to be celebrated, they have to be congratulated on this mission, because we always think of a global village, Vasudeva Kudumbakam, and as a scientist who always believe in spirituality as well. And I have seen so many people doing puja, irrespective of their religion, and they have been praying for the success of this. I believe that also contributes very importantly. The reason is you may have economic power, military power, knowledge power, but if you have the spiritual power, that becomes the winning factor. So perhaps that will propel India because we have that in abundance. So this success today, I must also thank all those who are praying for the success, because prayers and blessings are like a Brahmastra. So that is why I believe, even as a scientist, I believe in that superpower. And science and spirituality is not parallel. It is actually, there is a unification. Science looks at the ultimate truth by exploring and experimenting. And spirituality looks through experiential learning. And the silence of mind, it unifies both science and spirituality. That is why this is available even in ISRO scientists. When they fail, resilience is very high because they believe in spirituality. They know that they will succeed. They have that confidence that when God pushes somebody, nobody on the earth can prevent the person to be successful. So this is what is there, which will be a cutting edge for Indian science and technology, Indian people. So this spirituality will propel India. It will shield, whether it's Corona or it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, we will have that resilience to face challenges and bounce back. So this moment of the historical moment, I would like to tell the viewers, the spirituality also contributes to the success of such complex missions. And I must once again congratulate, and the media, they really created, I would like to thank every media that, they created that, the unification. I didn't see even in a cricket match or any other event.
No, that is true. Mr. Selvamurthy, I think you make such an important point. Let me tell you the viewership. I mean, you have the ISRO YouTube page and other platforms that were beaming this event live. The sort of viewership is unheard of. I mean, this is stuff that that does not even happen for cricket matches. I'm sure somebody will soon do the analysis, which means that there was some amount of involvement, association, affiliation that each and every Indian had with a project like this.
I totally agree with you, because this unites. Whenever there is, suppose there is a war, everyone unites together. The heart, mind and soul are united together. Similarly, in such events, it brings the unity of mind, heart and soul, which I could see today. And with all this, particularly children, when I saw the school children making jubilation, they celebrated.
No, because it's always extremely fascinating as a child to see something like this, and we must always practice some form of kidulting when it comes to events like these. But thank you very much to the three of you for joining us. Divyanshu Poddar, Professor Kulshresht, as well as Mr. Selvamurthy. We'll continue with the celebration and also wait to get or see more images from the Pragyan rover as well as the Vikram lander. What an amazing achievement this is. Our scientists have done us really, really proud. But we also spoke to a lot of young Indians and many people who are anxiously waiting for the 20 minutes of terror to settle, for them to see what eventually happens. You see, there was a great suspense around this moment. And when it finally happened, there were smiles and excitement all over. NDTV's team of reporters sampled a little bit of that excitement. Take a look.
Well, huge excitement around Nehru Planetarium. Chandrayaan 3 has successfully landed on the moon, and as you can see, there is a lot of excitement and people are singing.
झूल चले समेले देख फूलों के मेल बड़ी रंगीन है ये दुनिया रुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न दुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न दुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न भैया रुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न दुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न दुम दुम दान नरक दुम दान न भैया ये रास्ता है कह रहा अब मुझसे मिलने को है कोई कहीं अब तुझसे, ये रास्ता है कह रहा अब मुझसे, मिलने को है कोई कहीं अब तुझसे.
So, as you can see, this song is from Swadesh, and definitely it is a huge moment for us. It is a huge moment for all the Indians. All of them were waiting for the past 40 days for Chandrayaan 3 to successfully do the soft landing on the moon, and we have done it. India is one of the very few nations to reach the moon. After Chandrayaan 2 failed, it is a huge and a historic moment. Everybody is cheering, everybody is happy for India that we have finally successfully made it to moon. In New Delhi with camera person AJ Joseph, Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
From the Guwahati Planetarium, you can see here people from different walks of life, from different, age groups. They were here to see this momentous moment. They've enjoyed it thoroughly. We have this young man. What's your name?
Himanshu Hazarika.
It's a big moment for the country.
Yes.
How do you describe this?
It's a big day for India, and there is also a launch of Aditya L1 in 26 August. So best of luck for that, and congratulations ISRO and all over India.
यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत लोग हैं. आप लोग
एक्चुअल में क्या है, 23वें तीर्थंकर हमारे पार्श्वनाथ भगवान का मोक्ष कल्याण की वजह से चंद्रयान आज सफल हुआ, और मैं इसरो को धन्यवाद देता हूं. इन्होंने सफल तक आज इसका लैंडिंग करवाया है. इसलिए पार्श्वनाथ भगवान की जय, इसरो जिंदाबाद.
सबसे बड़ी बात है क्योंकि भारत पहला देश बना है जो डार्क साइड है, जो साउदर्न पोल में अपना जो लैंडर लैंड करवा पाया. बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है.
We proud ISRO and India.
आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे लोग बहुत प्राउड है. पीपल आर वेरी हैप्पी हियर. यू कैन सी हियर देयर आर पीपल, दे आर लीविंग नाउ. दे हैव बीन हियर फॉर आवर्स वेटिंग टू एक्चुअली सेलिब्रेट. कैसा लग रहा है अभी?
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. इंडिया इज ग्रेट.
इंडिया इज ग्रेट. पिछले बार जब थोड़ी सी एकदम लास्ट में परेशानी हुई थी, लोगों का मन उदास हो गया था. इस बार आप जब यहाँ पे घंटों तक बैठे रहे, एक एक मोमेंट जब आ रहा था, एंशियस थे, कैसा लग रहा?
नहीं, बढ़िया लग रहा था और मेमोरेबल था. बहुत दिन तक याद रहेगा ये मोमेंट.
Well, as the Prime Minister addresses the nation after a successful moon landing, there is, of course, exhilaration and excitement amongst those who've watched this very, very proud moment for India. India flags all around, young people watching India's scientists land, land a rover on the moon. And I have with me young people. Aapka naam, where are you from? How does it feel to witness this moon landing?
My name is Devashita Malakar and I'm from Kolkata, and I'm very happy, feeling very successful. India had made history for the first time. No other country had made it. So I'm very successful and can express my feelings. So I'm very excited. Thank you.
A lot of people also, shouting slogans of Vande Mataram. Young kids there shouting slogans of Vande Mataram as India celebrates this proud moment of the moon landing. It's an extremely, extremely proud moment for all Indians, for space explorers, and given the success of Chandrayaan 3, especially in the midst of what's happened in the last few days, the Russian experience, this is a very, very proud moment for everyone here. In fact, ma'am, I'd like to ask you as well, proud moment for India, proud moment for all Indians.
Absolutely, it's a proud moment for all the Indians, and we're extremely proud to be citizens of Indians, and Bharat Mata ki jai.
When you got the confirmation that it was a successful mission, what ran in your mind?
I can't say in it a word. It was very excitement to us. My heart is just beating so fast. How the Chandrayaan 3 will land on the moon successfully. I already think that Chandrayaan will completely land 99.9%. After landing, I confirmed that Chandrayaan landed on moon.
So far, only countries like the USA, China and Russia, Soviet Union, have done this successfully. Now India has joined that big league. Is this something to be very proud of?
Yes, it is very proud moment to India because India has become the fourth country to be softly landed on the India. and the lander has landed in the south pole of the moon.
Are you waiting to see the rover come out of the lander,
Yes,
take selfies?
Yes, I'm very excited to take selfies and all the things to do.
Okay, you want to say something?
You know how a baby will come out from the mother's stomach? I think like that the rover will come out from the lander. I'm so excited to see the rover. Thank you.
Would anyone want to pursue space science as a career?
Yeah, I want to take.
Really?
Really, sir.
Why? What's so exciting about that?
It was very encouraging young scientists and who are interested in space and research.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's mega conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
became the first country to go to near to the south pole of the moon.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Raut, and celebrations and cheer across the country as ISRO's Chandrayaan 3 mission makes a successful moon landing. Now everyone looking forward to the Pragyan rover emerging from the lander. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. India's moon mission Chandrayaan 3 creates history, makes a successful soft landing near the moon's south pole. India is the fourth country to reach the moon, and from South Africa, the Prime Minister says we are witness to the new flight of New India. New history has been written. India celebrates ISRO's successful mission across the country. People cheer as Chandrayaan 3 is the first mission to land on the moon's south pole. The rover Pragyan will emerge from the Vikram lander in about another hour or so. And more good news after over 1 hour of intense competition. Indian chess prodigy Pragnananda and world #1 Magnus Carlsen decided to draw the second game of the Chess World Cup final now for day 3. The centre announces major changes in the education system. Board examinations will now take place twice a year. Students of class 11 and 12 need to study 2 languages. 22 workers are killed in Mizoram as an under-construction railway bridge collapses. 21 kilometers from the capital, rescue operations are underway. And a massive tragedy narrowly averted at the Delhi airport after two flights were cleared to take off from the same runway. An alert woman pilot aborted her takeoff when the planes were just 1.8 kilometers apart. India scripted history today, becoming the first nation to land the Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft on the moon's south pole. This propels India to an elite space club, one of only 4 countries to have landed on the moon. The touchdown took place at 6:04 p.m. amid huge cheers in the war room of ISRO in Bengaluru, and people across the country who'd been glued to their screens celebrated as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who joined in the event online from South Africa, where he's attending the BRICS Summit, said this moment is precious and unprecedented. Now the next step will be when the rover Pragyan will roll out, but this is in another hour or so when the dust has dispersed. So let's take a look now at what the Prime Minister said as well as the ISRO chief.
India is now on the moon. Friends, on this joyous occasion, I would like to address all the people of the world, the people of every country and region. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. Our approach of one Earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach that we present and that we represent has been welcomed universally. Our moon mission is also based on the same human-centric approach. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान के ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. Thanks are to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years.
Well, let's go across to Vishnu now for more. And Vishnu, a massive achievement for the country, for ISRO. It's still just sinking in just how big this is. And as the Prime Minister said, history has been made. But tell us now what happens. What are we looking forward to the next step as the Pragyan rover emerges?
Well, the Pragyan rover is going to emerge from the belly of the Vikram lander, which successfully soft-landed on the surface of the moon at 6:04 p.m. today. We don't know the exact time when Pragyan comes out, but some reports suggest that at about 9:30 or so. Why the delay? Because there is the moon dust which needs to settle. The Pragyan rover will then roll out. But I think the big aspect of today's mission, more than the rover, which will really be the icing on the cake, was the soft landing. traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour, both vertically and horizontally. An effort was made by correctly firing the rockets on the lander to ensure that it touched down smoothly and that the speed of the lander at the moment it touched down was almost close to zero. So well within the design parameters. Very few countries have been able to master this technology to soft land a craft on a planet, or in this case on the moon. Remember, there have been several countries which have failed in trying to get to the moon. India is the first to land on the southern pole region of the moon. Just a couple of days back, the Russians were attempting with their lunar 25 probe. That didn't work out at all for them. That crashed into the surface of the moon. So an incredible success, and the mission, and we were watching it very closely from the beginning to the end, from the blast off to the moment that Vikram touched down, was exactly on the mark. We are following the telemetry and the data at the mission control, and it was perfectly aligned to where we wanted Vikram to land.
Right, and Vishnu, this is, it means so much also going forward in terms of the economy, for space, for technology. There are around 140 space startups also in the country. So a huge beginning, and, people will be looking towards India more for this sort of technology.
Well, India already has world-class satellites. We've got world-class launch vehicles, which are smaller rockets. India in the future will be looking to develop larger rockets so that, for example, a future moon mission will see an Indian rocket fly directly to the moon. In the case of Chandrayaan, we had to get the rocket up to release the Chandrayaan payload, which then orbited the Earth first and was then slingshotted across to the moon, where it picked up the gravity of the moon before commencing its descent. So India will look for bigger rockets for starters. There's already been an announcement by one of the ISRO leaders that in the future we might attempt a mission to Venus. There might be a mission to Mars, perhaps even a lander to Mars. Now those are incrementally much more difficult. But in space, Gargi, it's very much a crawl, walk, run philosophy. At this stage today, India is quite clearly running.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us there. And since the morning, people across the country have been waiting in anticipation. As we said, they were glued to their screens. There were prayers, there were parties. School children gathered together in planetariums and schools to watch the final moments. And NDTV's reporters were there. They bring you those reactions.
में क्या है 23वें तीर्थंकर हमारे पार्श्वनाथ भगवान का मोक्ष कल्याण की वजह से चंद्रयान आज सफल हुआ और मैं इसरो को धन्यवाद देता हूं, इन्होंने सफल तक आज इसका लैंडिंग करवाया है। इसलिए पार्श्वनाथ भगवान की जय, इसरो जिंदाबाद।
India had made history for the first time. No other country had made it. So I'm very successful and can't express my feelings. So I'm very excited.
The experience, my heart was beating like crazy. Like eventually when it was landing, it was like such a moment for me. And I feel very proud to be an Indian at this moment.
यूं ही चला चल रहा है, कितनी हसीन है ये दुनिया। झूल चले समेले देख फूलों के मेल, बड़ी रंगीन है ये दुनिया।
And India's Chandrayaan 3 satellite has been in the making for 4 years, and many teams worked even as the country faced the COVID pandemic. ISRO chairman S. Somanath says almost 1,000 engineers and scientists would have worked in getting this nearly 700 crore mission up and running. At ISRO, gender makes no difference, only talent counts. NDTV's Pallav Bagla handpicked some of those who made a critical difference in the making of Chandrayaan 3.
3, 2, 1, 0.
India's moon stars, some of the faces who contributed to the Chandrayaan 3 mission.
Of ISRO scientists in the Mission
S.
Control
Somanath,
Center.
Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, Bangalore, an aerospace engineer who helped in the design of the rocket, the launch vehicle Mark III or the Bahubali rocket that lifted Chandrayaan 3 into orbit. An alumnus from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Incidentally, he can speak Sanskrit and has acted in a Sanskrit film titled Jnanam. His name, Somanath, means Lord of the Moon. Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair S., Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Thiruvananthapuram. He heads India's key facility for research on rocketry. He is an aerospace engineer who is spearheading India's effort to send an astronaut into space. An alumnus from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, he was the first director of the Human Space Flight Center. Shri Veramuthuvel P., Project Director, Chandrayaan 3 mission, UR Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. Being the Project Director for Chandrayaan 3 mission, for the last 4 years he has lived a life that revolves around this third lunar outing by India. Kalpana K., Deputy Project Director, Chandrayaan 3 mission, UR Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. The smiling face that kept the largest Chandrayaan 3 team working despite the hardships of the COVID-19 pandemic. Her leadership brings to the fore the Nari Shakti that ISRO has nurtured. Ms. M. Vanita, Deputy Director, UR Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. A soft-spoken, understated leader who was Project Director for the Chandrayaan 2 mission. An electronics and systems engineer, she became the first woman in India to lead a lunar mission. Shri M. Sankaran, Director, UR Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. Considered the powerhouse of ISRO since his expertise lies in making novel power systems and solar arrays that go on to power satellites. It was his job to make sure the Chandrayaan 3 satellite was adequately hot and cold tested. Dr. V. Narayanan, Director, Liquid Propulsion System Center, Thiruvananthapuram. A specialist on liquid propulsion engines, the Vikram lander will attempt the soft landing on the thrusters developed under his leadership. Shri B.N. Ramakrishna, Director, ISRO Telemetry, Tracking and Command Network, Bangalore. The Chandrayaan 3 satellite is literally dancing around the moon thanks to the command sent by his institution. The final 20 minutes of terror will be witnessed from a flying saucer-shaped building at ISTRAC. End of the day, it is all about teamwork. And ISRO certainly exemplifies how excellent talent has been nurtured over decades and is paying rich dividends. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
And 3 scientists from Madhya Pradesh helmed each of the crucial moon missions of India's space program, including Chandrayaan 3. The 3 scientists have starring roles: Mahendra Thakre, Priyanshu Mishra and Om Pandey. Here's a report.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं, soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया.
In the vast expanse of the cosmos, humankind's insatiable curiosity continues to push the boundaries of exploration. 3 scientists from Madhya Pradesh helmed each of the crucial moon missions of India's space program, including Chandrayaan 3, which carries the dreams and aspirations of an entire nation. Mahendra Thakre, scientist from Naxal-affected Balaghat, is the project manager of Chandrayaan 3. He has over 30 years of experience in the space sector and has worked on several other missions, including Chandrayaan 1 and Mangalyaan.
अभी वो चंद्रयान के मिशन के इसमें जो रॉकेट लॉन्चिंग में टीम मैनेजर के हैसियत से वहाँ उपलब्ध रहे वो, और इसलिए हम बहुत गौरवान्वित हैं अपने पुत्र के लिए.
वो गया ऊपर तक के, हमारा भी नाम रोशन हो गया है गांव का. उसके बाद में हमारे ज़िले का, हमारे अब क्या बोलूँ मैं उनके प्रति, यानी कि हमारे देश का नाम रोशन किया है.
Priyanshu Mishra is from a small village in tribal-dominated Umaria district. An MTech from Ranchi, he has been working at ISRO since 2009. Om Pandey, a young scientist from Satna, is a part of the team that is monitoring the Chandrayaan's orbit and trajectory. He is also involved in the process of landing the lander on the moon. He studied electrical engineering at IIT Kanpur and then joined ISRO as a scientist in 2018.
हमारे परिवार से ओम पांडे हमारा छोटा भाई है. हमको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, पूरे परिवार को, पूरे गांव के लिए गर्वान्वित महसूस हो रहे हैं.
हमेशा बात करता है, हमेशा मेरे पास खुशी है
जी.
प्रतिदिन वो बात करता है
जी.
मम्मी पापा का बहुत खुश है और बहुत भक्त है कि माने हर समय बात करे, कोई परेशानी नहीं होने देता है हम लोगों को।
उनको देख के और बच्चे बोल रहे हैं कि क्या अभी किस फील्ड में हमें जाना चाहिए, इस फील्ड में क्या क्या होता है, मतलब वो पूछते हैं, इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, क्योंकि उनके खुद के घर में स्पेस का है, मतलब तो वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करते हैं, उनको खुशी होती है। चाचा जी हैं हमारे और मतलब बहुत सारे लोग पूछते हैं, तो वो भी उस लाइन में जाना चाहते हैं। मेरी दीदी की बेटियां भी पूछती हैं हमें भी उस लाइन में जाना है, इसरो में कैसे जाते हैं।
In the quest for knowledge and exploration, 3 sons from Madhya Pradesh stands as a shining example of what humanity can achieve when fueled by passion and driven by dreams. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan, Gyan Shukla, Rupesh and Sanjeev Chaudhary, Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
And more cheer for India. It was a draw in Game 2 of the Chess World Cup final. Indian chess prodigy R. Pragnananda and world #1 Magnus Carlsen decided to call it a draw after 30 moves. Magnus Carlsen started defensively with white pieces against Pragnananda. Many experts and commentators believe that Carlsen's tactic was due to the reason that he has been suffering from food poisoning. The final now moves into day 3, where will now be decided via tiebreaks. Both grandmasters are eyeing their maiden World Cup title, but a huge feat for Pragnananda to have drawn 2 matches with the world #1. Now all looking to day 3. In other news and big news for students and parents across the country, the centre has announced major changes in the education system in line with the new education policy. The Ministry of Education has said that board exams will be conducted twice a year, with students allowed to retain best score. It also said that students of class 11 and 12 need to study 2 languages and that at least one of those 2 languages must be an Indian language. According to the ministry, in order to make the board exams easier than the current high-stakes practice, the examination will assess the understanding and achievements of competencies rather than months of coaching and memorizing. Also, the choice of subjects in class 11 and 12 will not be restricted to streams like they are right now as arts, science and commerce to give students more flexibility to choose, so they will be allowed to choose subjects across streams. Tragic news from Mizoram. At least 22 workers were killed today as an under-construction railway bridge collapsed. The government sources say they fear that the death toll could go up. The rescue work was still underway. The accident took place nearly 21 kilometers away from capital Aizawl.
This railway bridge, being built over the Kurung River connecting Bairabi in Assam to Sairang near Aizawl in Mizoram, collapsed this morning, killing many construction workers. An engineering marvel built on very rough terrain, the bridge was part of the Northeast Frontier Railway's 51.38 kilometers railway project between Bairabi and Sairang. NDRF and Railways engineers and rescue teams along with state government agencies are carrying out search and rescue operations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted an ex gratia of Rs 2 lakh from Prime Minister's National Relief Fund to the next of kin of each deceased and Rs 50,000 for those injured. Sources say most of the workers were migrants from West Bengal.
জায়গায় একজন আমরা ইতিমধ্যে ডেড বডি আনার ব্যবস্থা করেছি ডেড বডি রেলে করে আসছে মালদায় পৌঁছবে আমরা পরিবারগুলোর সাথে যোগাযোগ রাখছি এবং আমরা পরিবারগুলোকে সাহায্য নিশ্চয়ই করব সাথে সাথে আমি রেলের কাছে দাবি করব রেলের কাজ করতে গিয়ে যদি কেউ মারা যায় একটা রেলের চাকরি সেই পরিবারকে আপনাদের দিতে হবে তার কারণ তারা আপনাদের জন্য কাজ করতে গেছে
The project was to be finished in December, but this accident will now be a setback. With inputs from Dalitya Fanai in Aizawl and Ratndeep Chaudhary in Guwahati, Usama Shah for NDTV.
At the BRICS summit in South Africa, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the leaders' retreat along with his counterparts from China, South Africa and Brazil. Remember, from Russia, Putin is attending via video link. Now, according to reports, India took the lead in forging consensus on the selection of new members in the five-nation grouping of BRICS. That has been a talking point that more members could be included. There are at least 40 countries that want to be included in this grouping. Now, in his address at the summit in Johannesburg, Prime Minister said India is according highest priority to the issues of countries of the Global South under its G20 presidency, and said he hoped that India's proposal to accord permanent membership of the G20 to the African Union will be supported by all the BRICS nations. Tragedy was narrowly averted at Delhi airport this afternoon after a Vistara flight from Ahmedabad and another plane of the same airline, the two carrying around 300 people in total, and this was thanks to an alert pilot on the former plane. The Ahmedabad-Delhi flight had just landed and had been instructed by the air traffic control to cross an active runway to reach the parking bay. Meanwhile, a Vistara Airlines Delhi-Bagdogra flight had been given permission to take off on the same runway, and a collision was only avoided thanks to Captain Sonu Gill on the Ahmedabad-Delhi flight. The planes were 1.8 kilometers or 1,800 meters apart, sources say, stressing that if the pilot had not warned the ATC of the presence of the other plane, the outcome could have been disastrous. That takeoff was aborted, and according to reports, the DGCA has derostered the ATC official responsible for the runway incursion event. The Indian economy may have grown by 8.3% in the April-June quarter, according to the State Bank of India's research EcoRap. This is significantly higher compared to the RBI's estimate of 7.8%. Growth for the full year ending March 2024 is also seen exceedingly the 6.5% forecast by the Reserve Bank of India. And ISRO has just tweeted some images of the moon, and it said the communication link has been established between the lander and the headquarters in Bengaluru. And here are images from the lander horizontal velocity camera taken during the descent. So this is during the descent of the Vikram lander. The Vikram lander is now near the south pole of the moon, and in some time from now, we don't know exactly how long, but the Chandrayaan rover will soon emerge from the Vikram lander once the moon dust has settled. All right, and do stay tuned to NDTV for all the latest developments as we're waiting for the rover to emerge. Time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on the other side.
Co-presented by
Reka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate. In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
How has India shaped the G20? And how has the presidency shaped India's global position? NDTV's Mega Conclave brings together on one platform the biggest names behind India's G20 success. Join us on the 26th of August for a day-long event where we decode energy transition, clean growth, new digital economy, the business of G20, and India's big global moment. Decoding G20 only on NDTV.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world. In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
became the first country to go to near to the south pole of the moon.
Good evening and welcome to Breaking Views on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. As you heard there, the Chandrayaan 3 is on the moon, and trust me, the entire country is over the moon with that news. What a day, ladies and gentlemen.
has this been? All of us are so fortunate to see this history, in front of our own eyes. Before anything else, I want to start, because there are some important updates coming in through the next half hour. We'll now try and decode what's the next step and how this impacts not only India's space exploration, but also the impact of this feat that India has achieved across the globe in the space exploration. But I want to start with these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, which is coming in. ISRO has just, in fact, tweeted these images and has said that these images are, the communication link has been established between the Chandrayaan 3 lander and MOX ISTRAC Bengaluru. Here are the images from the lander horizontal velocity camera taken during the descent when Chandrayaan was in fact making its way to that fantastic precision landing that we saw today. These are the first images from the lander's horizontal velocity camera, which in fact were taken during the historic descent to the South Pole, towards the South Pole of the moon, as India created history, ladies and gentlemen, today. This date, 23rd of this month in the year 2023, 23rd August 2023, is a landmark, in fact, day. This is the tweet that I'm talking about. ISRO has said that the contact has been established, and now, of course, we are waiting for the next phase when the rover does come out of, in fact, a lander. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's, as I have been saying, India scripted history as ISRO lands Chandrayaan 3 on the moon. The communication between the Bengaluru Mission Control Center and Chandrayaan 3 has now been established, and hence you got those first images. With this, India becomes the fourth country to set foot on the moon and the first to have achieved the feat of landing on the South Pole of the moon. What makes it more special is the precision and how flawlessly this entire mission, from launch to landing, in fact, the way it was executed, the way it came together. Every possible known and, may I say, unknown scenarios were rehearsed, taken into account. And heroes of the day, ladies and gentlemen, S. Somnath, the ISRO chief, P. Verumuthuvel, project director, Kalpana, assistant director, Shrikant, mission director, V. Shankarshan, URSC director, and thousands of others from ISRO, from subsidiary agencies who have helped make sure that India enters this elite club in space exploration. Now, India, it's just not that this entire mission was being keenly watched by 140 crores Indians, those who were watching this entire feat, but it was being keenly watched all across the globe with bated breath. Many valuable lessons will be learned all across the globe in various space exploration agencies and the missions that they are going to launch in the future. Well, as celebrations erupted, Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated ISRO. Let's just listen in to this conversation.
India is now on the moon. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. Our approach of one Earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान के ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family, for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. So thanks are to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people in all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years.
जी, आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए आज आपके परिवारजन भी बहुत आनंदित होंगे। मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा।
What great minds, ladies and gentlemen, these scientists of ISRO, those who possibly could have gone to any other, in fact, space agencies across the world. They chose to work for the country, and because of their hard work, we have been able to achieve this success. Now, all eyes on what next. The landing was very, very crucial, soft landing that has taken place. But what happens next as far as this entire mission is concerned? Take a look as we tell you what is the mission and, of course, what follows the landing of Chandrayaan 3.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
India's flag on the moon surface.
India is now on the moon.
The nail-biting moment done. Next comes the wait for the lunar dust called regolith that is raked up by the landing to settle down. This can take a few hours. So what's going to happen next? The Vikram lander's ramp will open up and the Pragyan rover will slowly be rolled down. Once the Pragyan rover is on the lunar surface, it is free to move around the moon. The next big moment is the selfie moment. The Vikram lander takes images of the rover and the Pragyan rover takes images of the lander. The first selfies by India from the lunar surface are then beamed back to India. The Vikram lander and the rover are both solar powered and made to last one lunar day, which translates to 14 Earth days. The real science can begin now. In New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
So let's also now explore the impact of this fantastic, successful mission that India and the feat that India has been able to achieve. Let me introduce at this moment Pawan Chandana, co-founder and CEO, Skyroot Aerospace. We have Dr. V.S. Hegre, former scientific secretary to ISRO. We also have Dr. Surendra Pai, distinguished scientist and former program director, satellite navigation program at ISRO. We also, ladies and gentlemen, have Devanshu Podar, space scientist and founder, Rocketeers. Thank you so much to all my guests for taking the time out. I want to start very quickly, Dr. Hegre, by asking you, sir, this is a remarkable feat. I mean, there are no two ways about that. But where does this take our space program from here to the next leap? All right, Dr. Hegre, I believe you were on a phone call, sir. If that question was for you, I wanted to ask you, what next? Where does this take India's space exploration program from here?
As we all know, globally, all the civilian kind of applications, civilian as well as ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance applications have been practically handed over to the private all over the globe, true in US, true in all developed countries. Even India also has announced reforms recently that private industry is allowed to do everything that ISRO has been doing. So national space agencies in the coming days all over the world will focus only on science, planetary exploration, and beyond. So what we have achieved today is absolutely awesome, remarkable. And in fact, during the last visit of Honorable Prime Minister to US, India signing the Artemis Accord in accordance with the UN treaties for the outer space of 1967, I think it's absolutely in time. So when we sit among the members who have signed Artemis Accord, we can sit with our chest up and with absolute pride. See, we know that so far there were 73 missions to moon. Of course, US maximum 32, Russia 23, China 7, and Japan and India. Japan 2, India 3, all others 1, okay? But we are the first country to have landed near the South Pole.
That's right.
India is the country through Chandrayaan 1 which said that there is presence of water molecule in the South Pole. And today we have re-stamped that statement again by landing in the South Pole. It's an absolute awesome achievement.
Absolutely
remarkable.
remarkable.
Of the moments, yes.
Absolutely remarkable. Dr. Pai, one thing that everybody is talking about is how flawless this entire mission was. From the time of the launch till the time it landed, everything was precisely timed. It exactly happened the way it was envisaged.
Thank you. First of all, my name is
Dr. Pal, I beg your pardon, sir.
Not Pai. Okay? Although I stay in Karnataka, but that's a different thing. You see, first of all, let me tell you, and my friend Dr. Hegde is also there. See, we have been talking in ISRO, whenever something is there, there's a test book launch, a satellite has behaved in a way, but here definitely I see that Vikram has landed in a test book manner only. What one can expect? It's exact, there's no deviation in anything. It has done a soft landing. The vertical speed is less than 1.6 meters per second. So it's a soft landing, like, you sit on a sofa set. That sort of thing is there. Now, coming to impact of this one, there is a scientific impact. Whatsoever scientists will get the data about the moon's geology, or what we call moonology. We will also find out various minerals. They will study the atmosphere around the moon, which is up to 5 meters height, and which varies with the time, which varies with the temperature. So, and they will also find out, there are so many things are there, which so 6 experiments will do it. I'm coming to the major portion. It has increased the self-esteem of the country. Second thing is that everything has been developed in-house, means in India only.
Yes.
So the technologies are developing, and private industries have participated in this one quite a bit. So they can go to the world and say, our systems, manufactured our systems, qualified our systems have gone to moon.
Right.
So we can use cheaper rates and better things. So that way we'll have an international market. And of course, we will compete with ourselves. I will never say that we are competing with others.
Right.
Like ISRO-wise, we always competed with ourselves. From Aryabhatta to Chandrayaan 3 we have come. From Rohini 125 to Bahubali we have come. So we have competed with ourselves only. Thank you.
Pawan Chandana, what does this mean for space exploration as far as India is concerned? What's the next step as far as India and specifically the moon missions are concerned? Everybody is now extremely excited, already talking about a manned mission going to the moon.
Yeah, so in fact, this today's landmark mission makes India, join the elite club of 4 countries in the world which have soft landed on the moon, and the first one to land on the South Pole, and also the country which has done it at unprecedented cost, at $75 million, never seen before in the world at fraction of cost done by anybody else in the world. So this proves the kind of the capability, the depth, and and the kind of spirit which India has. In fact, everybody is saying the next decade is India's decade, the next century is India's century. I think that's where we are right now, and this means a lot. This puts India in spotlight and brings in more partnerships, more collaboration for more space exploration in the future. And the next would be, I think, there will be one talks for a mission with the Japanese, and which will also be a moon exploratory mission. And there will be even many more private moon exploratory missions in which India can partner by itself and also across the globe. And in fact, to extract minerals and resources from the moon is 20 times more energy efficient than bringing it from Earth. So basically, moon is the gateway of the future. And I think we being one of the top 4 nations where we could soft land on the moon actually opens up new frontiers in space exploration. And doing it at unprecedented cost actually puts us among the top in the world. And also like exploring the South Pole, etc. Unravels the most of the mysteries of the universe, where we understand that there is water and we can understand if there is life, etc., etc. I think the future is a lot to explore. Yeah, and I think India is like with this mission has put our mark on it, and I think a lot more missions to the moon coming up.
Devyanshu Podar, for further space exploration, whether it's journey to Mars or any other, in fact, exploration, moon has been seen as by many as a base. So this landing on the south pole of the moon, where people are expecting probably water molecules, which is going to be a very, very important part for space exploration or across the globe. What can other space agencies, how can they benefit from the feat that India has achieved?
So I think that space technology, especially space exploration, has always benefited from international collaboration. And India has very recently joined the Artemis Accords, which really opens up this very strong partnership between the Western space agencies and India. And if you see the future missions that are planned under the Artemis missions, most of them, some of them at least, are trying to land astronauts on the southern segment of the moon or near the South Pole. So any and all data that we can provide, any knowledge that we can provide, especially the water sensing part of it. If you look at the scientific payloads that are there are seismometers on the lander which are going to study the soil. They're going to do some spectroscopy and understand what are the elements there to certain depth. There is also a temperature profiler which is going approximately 10 centimeters into the soil and going to study the temperature profile of the soil of the moon during the lunar day. So all of this data, and also it's going to find out whether there's water and how much water is there if it is there. We estimate it to be there on the basis of the Chandrayaan 1 discovery that was made using MEEP, the Moon Impact Probe. So this discovery of water, and then if we are able to reinforce and validate that knowledge and really extract data as to whether it is extractable and how much is there, this can really be game-changing in the future human exploration of the moon. You can see this on the Earth also, that the human settlements happened where there were rivers. So it's like trying to find a river on the moon. If we discover water there, this is where we're going to settle down, and this is where the next phase of exploration is really going to take place.
That will be the springboard as far as the further deep space exploration is concerned, possibly paving the way for manned mission on other planets as well. But Dr. Hegde, just a word about ISRO. From 1970s to where we are standing today, what a remarkable feat it has been in just a short span of time. Dr. Hegde, could you unmute yourself, please?
He joined ISRO 1975, and I had the privilege of having worked with ISRO for 45 years plus. So I had a long life in ISRO, not long career. So we started so modestly using some aerial survey data, conducting some airborne surveys, analyzing satellites. Then, prior to getting into IRS program, parallelly the SLV program, everything from the scratch. And today, with probably less than 17 or 18 billion dollars only spent on Indian space program through the 62 years, this is awesome. See, NASA's 1-year budget, 2023 budget, is 25 billion. And we have not spent on Indian space program 25 billion till today, from day one till today. So with shoestring budget and with extremely careful planning, and I would say that our success rate in venturing space has been too good. I mean, it is absolutely enviable.
Right.
And obviously, the coming days are going to be much better with, our Aditya and beyond. We already have a Mars orbiter working.
Right.
And Chandrayaan 2 was tracking Chandrayaan 3 lander today. And of course, the wonderful international cooperation which ISRO is enjoying will also come in our support to move far beyond quickly.
Okay, very important. In the end, Dr. Pal, you were talking about, of course, one is the scientific impact. For any country and the people of that country, such achievements, not only they are part of the history, but also they encourage a new generation of people in scientific temper and, of course, taking up, like many of, possibly becoming scientists of tomorrow. How do you see that impact on India, sir?
Well, I find that youngsters are getting encouraged to join ISRO space activities. I have interacted with many of them, going to various institutions, etc. I was also an academician. So I know they are interested, and with the space sector open to the private sector, a lot of persons will join those industries. It's not only that they have to join ISRO, they can join the industry, they can join the DRDO, and they can do a lot of research work, they can develop things, the startups can come up. So I see youngsters can do it. And let me tell you that our population, around 50% of the population is less than 25 years. So if they get encouraged for technology, they get encouraged for the space sector, it's a positive point. And I'm sure that this Vikram landing, will encourage each one of them and will motivate.
Absolutely. It will inspire, it will encourage generations to come as far as we the Indians are concerned. But what a remarkable day. Gentlemen, thank you so much for speaking to us, taking the time out. I want to leave you, ladies and gentlemen, as we end the program today. The entire country has erupted in euphoria. There is happiness all around, at least on this remarkable feat which India has achieved. Take a look at how we have celebrated the day today.
में क्या है 23वें तीर्थंकर हमारे पार्षद भगवान का मोक्ष कल्याण की वजह से चंद्रयान आज सफल हुआ और मैं इसरो को धन्यवाद देता हूं, इन्होंने सफल तक आज इसका लैंडिंग करवाया है। इसलिए पार्षद भगवान की जय, इसरो जिंदाबाद।
India had made history for the first time. No other country had made it. So I'm very successful and can't express my feelings. So I'm very excited.
The experience, my heart was beating like crazy. Like eventually when it was landing, it was like such a moment for me. And I feel very proud to be an Indian at this moment.
यूं ही चल रहा है, कितनी हसीन है ये दुनिया। यूली चले सा मेले देख फूलों के मेले, बड़ी रंगीन है ये दुनिया।